How's everybody today? Welcome to another edition of whatever I call this show. I have no idea. Oh, I got echo on your end. Hey, you got it, Nick. Okay. So, we're back. Hey, G-Man. Hey, TS T Stromecki's out there today. All right. I am just beginning to finish up uploading a couple files right now. And we're going to jump into the game. We're releasing for you guys the Glue Factory with its latest, all the fixes. Fireman 1008 and Wow Turtle Gaming. Hello to both of you as well. All right, let's jump in to one of my save games here. We'll show you what the finished Glue Factory looks like when it's built. Spoiler alert, if you don't want to see what it's like when it's completed, then don't watch. Tarkin Tech, 10 shot, Bama 61. Good evening to all of you. So here's the deal. We've got a glue factory, but you need to do a map update. Over on the Mod Center, exclamation point Mod Center will get you that link. I should put that link below the stream someday for our Mod Center when I get a chance. But over on the Mod Center, you will notice that there are, and I could show you this in a minute, updated versions of the map. Right over here, it now says 1.5 for Pleasant Valley, 8/27/2019. So you would click and download the new version, which will be required with lots of extra products updates. Hopefully, we won't have to do one for a little while. Also, I did the industries update as well, so you're going to need those to continue working on the glue factory because it has epoxy in it now, and several other products have been added for future factories as well. We'll show you what those are in a minute. I changed the version numbers so they match. So Pleasant Valley actually skipped 1.4 and is now 1.5, just so it's easier when we're on stream and stuff. Farm Wrangler and Car Slinger 57. Hello to you guys. So grab up the 1.5 versions off of the Mod Center of the map that you guys are playing so you can continue on with the new stuff as it comes out. I'm going to jump down to the 3M Adhesives Company, and I basically didn't have to do too much. I added loading bay signs onto the loading bays so you know which one is which. I put the sounds back in on the garage doors, which were off. And I put the sounds back in on the front doors. The rest of the sounds, the only other sound wasn't working was the generator. Now you can hear it running just fine when you're near it. And the other fan's blowing. So everything is up and running. The fire triangle error has been fixed, so the fire burning now doesn't throw any errors, hopefully. I'll have to check the error log and see if everything else is working well. So all the animations for the Glue Factory seem to be good. My last test didn't have any errors in it. Da 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 da. The sawmill does have pallet normal and pallet spec. I still got to fix the sawmills at some point, and it's just a case error. It's got a capital P instead of a small one, but this is clear and ready to go. Thank you there, Matt Go 995 for the host. Good evening, Jacob. Good evening, Matt Go. So, to get this factory, and just a reminder, it doesn't look like this when you get it. You will get a factory that looks like... I'm running up across the landscape here. Actually, I should just jump in my truck and exit out of the truck because I placed one up here the other day too. That's what it's going to look like when you start it. You got to build it. You have chipboard, planks, boards, and resin to bring in 40,000 of each, and you can watch the factory build step by step as those products all have to be in there for it to start building. So that will eventually turn into the glue factory. Hello there, Brute Crew and Ghost Reaper TV. Do all factories have to be built? No, not at all. Actually, that was the first one that is buildable. The glue factory, and some definitely will have to be buildable because we're redoing them all. So you will need to have the lumber mill and those things, which the sawmills and everything, to create the products, to build the factories. And then you will have completely working factories. So I added a whole ton of products for future development. We'll go over and I'll try to explain as we look at icons going across here. I'll see if I can spot all the new ones. They are starting with, let's see, we had all of those. So right here there are two new breads. There's a multi-grain bread for when the bread factory comes, and there's a cranberry orange bread as well. So there's two new breads that will be coming this time around. In addition to your steel, when we get to steel factory, you will have nails, pipe, rebar added in, and was that it? I thought there was one more steel production. Steel, what's that? What's that? What was it? What did you say there, X-Man? I didn't catch what you. I think it's in there somewhere. I have to look at my list. I know that I added it. I tried to lump them all together. Nope, just four. Nails, pipe, rebar, and steel. Okay. So they're going to put out four products for the steel factory. Drywall's in there already. Moving down the list, we have concrete, but we also have barriers, block, which is cinder block, and pavers added to that for when we get building the concrete factory. When we do Kellogg's, we have added Apple Jacks and Fruit Loops to Kellogg's. There's the epoxy icon for epoxy. Look at that, it's selling for a fortune at Tractor Supply. Wow. You got some pretty high prices there. What do you Yeah, that's pretty they're huge. Um Applebee's, and then we got, all right, yeah, after that we go to beers. We added a cherry wheat Sam Adams beer and a pumpkin batch beer. And into the Pepsi company, I added Diet Pepsi to match the regular Pepsi and Wild Cherry and the Mountain Dew. And then two new vodkas, watermelon and cherry vodka, have been added as well. So they're all going to be in there for future development, and that should give us a lot of time to build factories. Can you get my Discord? My Discord is actually private right now, just people that are helping develop. So we don't have a public Discord for the channel. I don't have time. All right. Let's see. Onward. So exclamation point glue. Type in exclamation point glue. You guys can download the glue factory and start creating your building your glue factory. Now the biggest downfall you have right now, you can start building it, and when it's built, you are not going to have calcium carbonate yet, unless I finish up the new factory that I'm working on, the stone crusher, today. The calcium carbonate will be coming very soon, but we're going to jump over and I'll give you a look at what the current, let's see, where we stand with the construction of the stone crusher facility. I'm going to start a new save game for that. Yeah, you streamed my map last night and got swamped for requests. That's cool. Are the new sell points? We will have an update coming tonight as well. He's got some fixes on the sell points, and then we'll get those up on the Trello Mod Center board as well. Well, I don't know when I'll get them on the Mod Center, but we'll definitely get you the links for the new ones. KTI, is it KTI Gris 2? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. Yep, give out that Mod Center link. They can get the map. And we keep everything there. Let's start a new game. Now, the Stone Crusher facility is going to work a little bit differently. It is well, I could say it's about 50% complete. I'm going to shut off season so we can load up a little bit quicker here. And we're going to be finishing that up. Well, I'm going to be working on it tonight. We'll see if we can finish it up or not. There's a lot to do. A lot to do to it. I've been working on the stones themselves for the last couple hours. I've been up at this for a long time today. So let's see what we've got so far. Now this one will not be built. I could make it buildable. I have it set so it could be buildable, but we don't really have the products this early on in the line to make it buildable. So I'm just making this one placeable for now. Let's get some cash, get some property to put it on. And you will notice as I purchase it that it doesn't even have the icon yet for... I'm using the 3M adhesive icon, which I did put the requires and creates on the new icon. I think it'll help you guys when you know, so you know which ones you need, but I'm using the same icon right now. So this is how stone crushing is going to work. You get a placeable little building, put it wherever you please. The building is not finished yet. We will add onto it in the near future, and tonight, and all that fun stuff is coming. So this is just the beginning of my stone crushing facility. None of the animations, other than the garage door here, are in yet, but it'll give you a good look at what we've got going on in here. We're going to have the 4 products coming across conveyors, unloading from the pipes, going on the conveyor into the bins. Here's the stone crusher, which is loaded through the chute on the outside. Takes your diesel to operate. Now I do have part of it working. So we'll open the menu, we'll jump into the stone, and I'm going to buy the diesel fuel, which is all you need to operate this thing. That holds 100,000 liters of diesel. You can drive it over, or you can pay a really extreme amount. I raised it up quite a bit on this one. And it also takes 100,000 liters. So once you have your fuel in there, we'll get the animations and everything going hopefully tonight. But let's go. And I got to get the pop-up menus. A lot of little things to add in. But I'm going to jump in here and fast forward time in just a little while. The stone itself actually produces pretty fast. 200,000 stone. Now if you look behind me, you will have to, because the way this crazy thing works, you do have to spawn the stones, but you can spawn 40 of them at a time. Look at that. We've got 40 tiny stones ready to go. Now there was an issue with the trigger, and sometimes occasionally a stone would get stuck and there was no way to move it out of the way. It wouldn't unload, so I had to make them smaller and make it so you can move them by hand. And you can actually come over here and toss in the stone if you're good enough aim, like I'm not. If you want to toss them by hand, you can throw them right up in the chute. I can't even throw. I never missed all the tests I did. Let me throw. Let's try that again. There. And once we have the display, see, sometimes they stick in the edge and you gotta move them. There it goes, it disappears. We gotta get all the animations working on these. But once we have the display on the outside, you'll know if it went in or not. You can load them in by hand, and they're much smaller now. So you can also, and if we check back here, we should have there's 10,000 in each. You can see we have 10,000 liters of stone in the lime production section. Lime is active and it's going to start creating because we threw 2 stones in. Let's get the loader over here. I'm going to grab the wheel loader, buy that up, and grab a shovel. Now I had to make some changes. Believe it or not, I had to change stone from the bulk category because you would go up to the stone and it would fill the shovel with loose stone. And I didn't want that. I wanted the solid ones. Yeah, like free throw basketball. You got it. Hey, Fummins, how you doing? Make that a Steam achievement. There you go. Onward. You can lift them with the shovel, and they're lighter, and they can fit a lot more because they're half the size that they were in the previous maps from 2017. Just had to make adjustments so the trigger would pick them up 99% of the time. So with the smaller stones, if you have a joystick, you can really operate this a lot easier, like I do. Just come on down to where your stones spawn up here and try to fill up your shovel with as many as you can. I've got quite a few in there, I think. Let's take a look. Yeah, we got a little bit. Yeah, there's some in there. Let's see if I can not drop them as I go over to the chute. Dropping a couple. Yep, that'll happen. That's why I made them so you can pick them up as well. Make it a little bit easier to... Oh, I dropped a whole bunch of them. How many did I drop? Like half of them. But, fortunately, you can... If you can get your thing to the ground, you can scoop them up again. Let's see if I got them. I got one of them. Can I spawn them in a bin? You wouldn't be able to. Well, yeah, they could be spawned in a bin, but I don't want to. I like it with it. We're gonna have Jersey barriers in the game for future factory building. But they're pretty easy to move around. And if you can't get the last couple, or if you drop a couple, just pick them up and toss them in. Now, we can take a look, and they all went in. So if we look in the menu, we now have a total of 40,000 liters in creating lime. Lime, if we fast forward actually, you'll see we're making lime. It's 1-to-1. We're going to add in the rest of the lines and all the animations. Just got one working right now. And we'll add a silo on the outside for you guys to pick up the product as well. So there's a lot of little things that need to be added, but the functionality, I had to make sure my stones were going to work. It was really important to begin with. Three-sided so you can push them. You got a backdrop there. You could very easily push them up against the backdrop. That's why I put that natural. I mean, if I went the other way, but I found it's pretty easy to scoop them up in this direction. Look at how many I got in there. They fall through the shovel sometimes. That's part of the problem. They'll slip through the shovel. Oh, they're so small they're slipping through the shovel. That's what's going on. So I'll still experiment with yeah, they're slipping through the shovel. Might be because I made them smaller. So we need to figure out, and there might be a better piece of equipment, like, let me check out the store. Do we have the silage fork? Might work better on these. Let's try that out and see if that picks them up, because it has. Here, drop my bucket. I'm gonna go to the store and pick up the silage fork. It might work better. You'll be able to see them, scoop them into the rack, and maybe there's better collision on the silage fork. We'll see. If not, we'll have to do something with the bucket. But yeah, that's why I didn't realize I had to make them smaller so you could pick them up, and then I didn't realize they slip through that bucket. I have a modded bucket that we might be able to put better collision on so they don't slip through. But let's see how they work with the silage fork for grabbing them. Yes. For those in the know, is there any secret to getting the pallet factory to work on a non-PV map? The pallet factory has to have all the fill types registered in the map itself. That's pretty much it. You need to go into your fill types and add in pallets and boards the exact same way that they're in my map in order for it to work. I'm gonna give this one a try. There is supposed to be a setting in GC for spawning stuff automatically using Pallet Creator. I have not seen it, and people have asked about it. But last I knew, they said it wasn't possible yet. Maybe they're adding it in their next update. I don't know. I know the question has been asked. Yeah, there's stuff on their forum. I think it's might be coming, but I don't think it's there yet. Because a lot of people were requesting that. I'll have to check back on their forum. But I don't even know when they have their update coming. Well, one thing's for sure. We can definitely see the stones better and how many we have. And they're holding on better with it. I kind of figured the silage fork, because the forks might be able to hold them a little bit better. Dump them in. Rake it up. What's that? Oh yeah, it is up high. It's all because of the way the building had to be built with the blocks. I couldn't lower it. Oh, actually it's because of the inside, the whatchamacallit, inside, unless I shrunk that down, the crusher itself. I needed a little ramp to go into it. You can get it in there though with this pretty easy. You can imagine what the telehandler would do. You just dump it right in. Now if they sit up there, you can go up there and push them. See, that's what happens occasionally. And that's why I had to make them so you could lift them, because they go through, and if you get too many going at one time, they don't hit the trigger and disappear correctly, and they get backlogged in there. And sometimes you have to manually get in there and just pick them up and let them roll back down in. There, that one disappeared. Now, when I get the barrel spinning, it might help move them around a little bit. We're going to do that animation too. But yeah, you get the ones that just stick and they don't go for some reason, and it's just something to do with the trigger. The pallet triggers are in the right places, and occasionally it doesn't want to take them. And if you get it too filled up, you have to manually get in there and pull them out. Try again. There, that one went. And if you set them up here on the edge, it'll roll down into the trigger, and that's usually when it tries to take them. But don't fall in the crusher, it'll make you a mess. That one went right in. Here, let's toss that. You can toss it right into the factory. Which is, interestingly enough, very large inside here. You can... Yeah, sometimes they don't trigger, and other times they do. I don't understand why. Because the trigger is in the right place. It's like it won't process it fast enough in there. We'll take that right out. Boop. Throw it in. The factory is actually big enough for you to drive into with the loader without any issues if you ever need to get in there. You can see you can even go under the conveyors. So if you make a mess inside, you can still scoop them up and put them in from the inside. Let's see if it took it that time. Yeah, it did fine that time. So yeah, sometimes I think if you just go too fast, you have to, oops, I dropped it. Or it took it. It took it right away. So, but they go in pretty quick, and they create product pretty fast too. We've got 85,000 liters in there that can create quite a bit of lime in just the one spawning. So it's, yeah, a little bit of work, manual labor, but if we fast forward, we get free lime from our... Here, we'll go to the next day. We're getting our lime. We've got 23,000 liters of lime made already. Just overnight. And we have some more... Whoops, I missed my basketball. 3 free throw shot there. Come on, Stone. There we go. In my day job, yeah. So, stones are going. They are going as best as... I mean, I've been working on these triggers and trying to get them to take them. This is the best it's worked. I mean, before I had them all backed up and I couldn't even lift them when I started. Now they're at least... When I toss them in, it seems to go better than when you load in too many at one time. So, you might want to pull them over in your fork and then just unload them by hand. Who knows? Gamer Paul, how you doing? So what we gotta do is we gotta fire up this place and make it into a... We've got sounds, animations, possibly add some windows into it later on. Let me just do one more scoop and see how well we go. So yeah, the silage fork does pick up few at a time. See, that's right there is 20,000. If we can get 20,000 in a drop, you're doing pretty good. There, bang. I hit the side of the building. It's going in. Oh, I dropped one outside. Toss it in. Oh, I'm not a very good tosser. There, it went in. So maybe the fact the trigger seemed to be taking it really early on. I do have the trigger so it was taking it there by the edge of the ramp. I might have to move the trigger down a little bit. We'll try that out too and see if it goes any better. So we'll keep on tweaking. Here, let me save this. We'll show you where we gotta go. We've got so much work to do, and I want to get it to you guys because until you have that calcium carbonate, you don't have a way to operate the factory that I just gave you guys, that exclamation point glue. And yeah, you're going to need that. So we'll close this down. We'll open up my glue factory. My stone crusher in my editor. Now, I have everything from the last factory plus this factory in here to be edited, so I can add things that are duplicates pretty quickly. The glue factory is ready. Pikey poke! Exclamation point glue will get you the glue factory. You can start building it. However, you will not be able to operate it until I get you some calcium carbonate. So let's go in. There's the factory building. I can easily pop in windows later on once I get everything designed and some more stuff. I've got all sorts of things that I want to get moving in here, but I want to get the products working first, and then we'll get a silo. I was planning on putting a silo out here or a pipe to offload from the inside. So first things first, we've got digital displays to do, all sorts of things. Let's close that and go to my Stone Crusher XML. We've got diesel and stone input. That's all we have for inputs. I am working on outputs. We have OP limestone output product right here. I have the OP gypsum output product. And why is they not in my menu? Oh, I didn't add them to production lines. We got to go down to the production lines. So here's production line 1. Creates a stone going down. Product line number 2 creates lime. I'll add in the operating parts later. Gonna copy that product line. Put in product line 3. And we will make that create gypsum. Then we're going to go down, put in product line 4. So 3 is gypsum, 4 is going to be calcium carbonate. Before I remember to forget all that, I'm going to jump over here and put them in as well. Product line 3 is gypsum. Number 4 is calcium carbonate. And number 5 is limestone. We'll add 5 in the other side. Alright, so we've got those in there, and we just have to put in product line 5 over here. And I kind of go in and test and make sure that I didn't screw anything up before I go much further. Then we'll come back and we'll OP limestone up top. So we have all our product lines. We just need to make lots of visibility nodes and all that fun stuff. So I left it in there for, yeah, all that green that you see is going to eventually change to either be out of there or make it so it works. Let me zip this up and test my products and make sure that all the product lines are working. Did you get the latest update on that there? Yeah, because the latest update was supposed to fix that problem with the boards. We, yep, we haven't had issues. So make sure you go to the check the whatchamacallit, the mod center frequently, because we are still working out little things, and eventually we'll have all that taken care of, but that should be fixed. Put that in there. We're going to fire up. Now I should have all the product lines in there. I do like this version, the fact that if you don't need a product, you don't have to fire up the product line and take from your stone pile. And yeah, there will probably be some adjusting for sure on how fast different things produce. I think lime needs to be produced pretty quickly in order for you guys to keep up with your fields. So we'll probably boost that one up. Calcium carbonate is going to be in a lot of things, so that I think the limestone was only used in the coal factory last time. Let's see what we got. So we still have nothing, but we should have a menu full of products, hopefully, without any errors. Stone, lime, gypsum, calcium carbonate, and why do we have 2 calcium carbonates? Because I didn't change something, limestone, in the last one. That's why I check these things. They're all active. We gotta change the wording on this one to limestone. It's producing limestone, but I didn't change the actual label here. So we'll fix that up. And we will add some more stuff to this thing. Over to the production line for limestone. Product line 4. This one has to be changed to a 5 to show the right product line. That's all that was. All right, let's go back to the top. I gotta see where I'm going from here. We don't need any more unloading triggers because we have only 2 products going into this factory. The stone is that's being made. Digital displays. We'll work on some digital displays. So I have digital displays. Da 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 da. We're gonna look for the digital display single. I'm gonna cut that and put that into my, I gotta rename that to inputs so I know what it is. And we're gonna put under diesel, we'll paste the digital display. We'll put one of those up over the tank here. So we can see it from the outside. Kinda center it up a little. Attach it to the wall. Well, we're going way back, way back. There's the wall. Maybe lower it. Oh, is it's slanted. Rotate 0. There we go. I think we're pretty good there. So we got a link to that digital display first. 01483 1483101. Yeah, that's a fun one. I'm gonna undo this. In display 1. Here, we're just gonna take this one out for now. We're working on in display 1. Down to the bottom of my list. I'm gonna cut that and put it into where it can be active. And I gotta do that node again. 148101. Is it 4 or 1483101? Excuse me. 101. So that should activate that digital display. While I'm at this, I think I will bring in the big display board. We're going to have to edit the heck out of this. If it works. And find a place. I guess we could put it right there. We got to rotate it. 180. And I'll show you how I edit this board. We have we're going to have to redo some graphics. That's pretty much all we got to do. Work on this graphic for the factory inventory. And change it around. Recon Lobster with $100 donation. What is... Oh, more factories. Yeah, you're going to get more. You're going to get a lot more. Thank you so much for that, Recon. I appreciate that immensely. All right. Wow, I get so distracted when I see that stuff happen. All right. So what I do, this is a digital display graphic right here. Uh, let's see. That's the board. This is the text graphic, and the material is set to, and it'll tell me exactly where it is. Stone Crusher, models, digital displays, texture, and text DDS. And we're gonna edit that for our new products. It's just a picture. And we can actually, you can do whatever, you can make it fancy. Let's see, where's my folder? Da 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 da, Stone Crusher. Now I forget where it said models, digital displays, texturing. So this is what we have to edit to make it look good. And it's kind of hard to see the text on this, so what I usually do is I'm going to come over to create a new layer, and we'll paint it in the black that it's supposed to be, and we'll put it behind, and now I can read the display pretty good, and then we'll delete the black layer afterwards. So pretty much you just have to edit your text. We're going to have two input products of diesel and stone. So I'm going to rearrange things. Let's cut this out. We can change the colors too if we wanted to. If you want to make a nice red display, I'm going to, oops, I'm on the wrong layer. That never helps when you're highlighting the wrong layer and you're deleting stuff. Recon Lobster
May
with
as well
another.
make it even.
Thank you so much, Recon. You're awesome. So just delete it out. Make sure you have enough room for your actual fill types. Let's do this one. I'm going to just mess with this and change things up a little bit because I like things to look different. So we're going to take out that. I'm going to go to my text. I'm going to make it a red this time. And I do like the big font there for that. So we can actually Stone Crusher inventory. We'll put it up top here. Let's see. We'll blow it up a little bit more and see what we got. If we can fit it in there, we'll probably have to go a little bit smaller. We'll go about 65. I'm going to make a red display this time. I just have to have 5 output products at the bottom and 2 input products at the top. So inputs are diesel and stone, and we can make these. We got to make sure we can fit everything. Da da da. We'll try 36. Outputs are lime. We'll do lime first. GYPSUM, gypsum, calcium. Whoop. I might have to abbreviate that. I shouldn't. Limestone. And the other one was actually stone, so that should probably go first. We have one that's just the stone. That's an output product. Oops, and spell stone correctly. Line spacing. I never mess with line spacing, but I'm going to have to figure it out here. Font size. Can we do line spacing in this one? I don't know if you can. In Paint, I don't see any line spacing options on my fonts. I wanted to, but I can't do it. But we can take my line tool. Where's my line tool? I'm gonna go with like a 10-point line for in between here. Hold my shift down, I'll get a nice straight line across. I'm gonna go with a 4-point line in between. Oops, I changed the other one below me. Want that one to be 10, or maybe even 15. I want a thick line there. Now we'll change it to like a 4-point line. And then separate these kinda in between. And then we remove my background layer, save that as text DDS, DXT5, generate your mip maps. If it's in game display, you want your mip maps on. And if we come back in and we hit the reload textures button, we now have a Stone Crusher inventory board right there. Next, we have my numbers. So we have to link these displays to the proper things and just recenter them and probably add a couple. Now the blue dots, what were they from? I can't remember. Oh, they digital decimal points. I think I add, oh, that's what I did. I know what I did. What I did to get rid of the funkiness was I came over to this one. It didn't save this on the thing. I'm grabbing the display, edit, copy, and I'm going to go into my display here, delete these, paste the proper ones from this, and remove the housing from it. Now that display will just be the numbers right where I need them. And rotate it correctly. 180. And if you want, you can actually size these numbers up with the whole display. So if I wanted to go 1.5 and scale it up so you got bigger numbers, you can do that. 1.5, 1.5. And then I'm going to just go down, duplicate it, put it there. We'll have all the displays in. We're just going to have to link up to them. And see how the board looks when we get done. So with that, my second digital display for diesel is right there. So that's the node I need to put in, 148.2. We'll make in display 1-2 visible. One 488 2, I think I said. Double check. Yep, 14882 is in display 1, 2, and then we got to go up to diesel all the way back to the top where we're doing the diesel displays, and there we go. In display 1, 2 is activated. So as we go down through each of these displays, we can activate them. I'm gonna have to now. This is the stone input display, so that's gonna go above the stone crusher. We're gonna go up and grab this display here and put it into the stone bin here. And we'll put one right up top so you know how much stone is in your processor. This way you'll be able to see if your stone you just tossed in is going to be in there. Also, I think because we've got a lot of room, I'm going to scale that up on the outside too. Make it bigger, easier to see. Alright, so in display 2.1 is 1.4. Here, we can copy this number. We will that in a minute once I put it in here. Let's open this up. In display, we want to turn off the movers though, because I don't think we're going to have movers. Actually, probably going to pull that right out in a little bit on that product. Alright, so we got in display 2 and 2-2 down here from my previous mod that we made. It makes it easier than typing everything all the time. Gonna copy that number for the first display. And just come over to our board on the inside. We know that it should be right about here. And copy that one for our second one. And that should be our stone input display. These movers are going to come out because there's no movers for the stone. We are going to have to animate some objects at some point. A lot of them. So that's our input. Now we have our output product displays for stone. We're just going to put that one on the board with one display. I don't want to put it out by my stone pile. So, whoops. Don't delete too much there. And that will be in display 3. We'll call that one. Save that. That is this display right here. 14884. Go all the way to bottom where my nodes are. One 488 4. for our in display 3 for stone. Or output display, excuse me, output of stone. Da 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 da. Stone does not have a visibility node, so that is going to come out and oh, it's already out. This is lime. Is that lime? What the heck am I looking at? No, that's output product. Yeah, output product lime does have visibility nodes. So that's the end right there of the stone. We don't have a lot, the object spawner and the digital display. On to output product lime. Not a visibility node, but it will, no, it's gonna have, not gonna have visibility nodes. It's gonna have the mover though, if I can make it. So we got display, what do we leave? We did 3 last, right? Yeah, in display 2, in display 3, in display 4. And 4 dash 2 to add in. Coming down. We'll just grab this line here. 4 and 4 dash 2. And actually, they're out displays, but I'm leaving them labeled in just because I know what I'm doing. No, name really doesn't matter. I'm just doing it so I know. I should have just had display, but I don't want to change a bunch of things. So, which one are we on? What product is that lime that we're on now? Ba 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 ba. Lime, yes. So our lime displays, the second one is this one right here. And you can copy it right there so you don't mess up your node. Da 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 da. Where is my nodes? I went too far. That's my animation. There it is, right there. My second one. And my first one, I got to create. We are going to take my... I don't have an out group yet, so I'm going to create a new transform group for my out products. Put it in here. And we'll put in lime group inside there. And we're going to copy that display that's up top. Once again, this one right here into my lime group. We got to put all sorts of fun stuff. So I have an extra display. Then we got to decide which one of these is going to be a lime thing. I guess we'll make the first one right here a lime bin. Give you away. to see what's in there. And while I'm at it, watch this. Duplicate. Try to center it up a little bit. Might have to adjust some things later. Bring this one over here. And one more. Then I'm going to rename this one to gypsum. This one to calcium carbonate. And the last one to limestone. Now if I just put the right products in the right bins later, we'll be okay. So my second lime display, number right there. Actually, it's going to be the first one. Replaces this one. Gonna go up top here. Lime, digital displays, output methods. We don't have our movers yet. We will. We're gonna have moving planes. Limestone. No visibility nodes. Display 5 and 5.2. And my output method. Oh, we gotta watch the output methods. We gotta turn those off right now too, because output method's gonna be a silo trigger that we gotta set up afterwards. Make sure my output methods for stone is the object spawner. Okay, we're good there. I just keep the stuff in there that I know makes it easy to edit going down later on. So my digital displays. They're all set? All right, we'll get those up in a little bit when we take a break and test this out after we get all the digital displays working. We'll get you his stuff. Turn off this part. So display 5 and 5.2. Here, we'll just copy these two and change the numbers. Which one was this that we were working on? What product? I can't remember. I do that all the time. There's so much going on in this XML. Lime is 442. Limestone. So we want to make sure we highlight the limestone display. And the second limestone display is right behind me. There's my numbers for limestone. No mover yet. On to gypsum. 6 and 6.2 we gotta have for this one. That will work. Output methods have to be turned off for now. Movers turned off. Okay, so 6 and 6 2. Just got to link them up at the bottom. It's so easy to miss one little part of this whole process as you're going. Let's go find limestone. In number 6 would be, my outs are down here. Limestone. Oh, it's 148930. Uh-oh. What was 5? I got a duplicate number. I messed up 5. 5 was limestone. Oh, 6 is gypsum. Duh, okay. Yeah, let's grab gypsum. Make sure you get the right displays. We already did limestone. So, gypsum and this one here is gypsum 2. Next one up, as we go down the long list, is calcium carbonate, C carbonate. So, no visibility nodes. Visibility nodes, if we had piles like blocks appearing, we would have those. We're going to have in display 7. And 7 2. Turn off the output methods again. No movers. Yes, the mover will come later. So 7 and 7 2 for calcium carbonate. Seven, 7 2. Over here on my calcium carbonate number 1 display. That's my number. And on the second one, that's my number. So with that, we should have my digital displays up and running for everything, and we're going to test that out. And there is a high chance that I might have, it always happens, I might have messed up the XML somewhere by one little letter or one little space. So it might not work the first time. If I got it right, it will, but we'll find out. Save both of those, and this is already saved. Come back. And we're going to re-zip this up and take a look and see if all the digital displays are working in-game. I am doing good, Double R Gaming. How are you? Is this how you would program any factory? Yeah, pretty much. This is how factories... There are other options that can be used with this, but these are how you do many of the basic features in the factories. So if you could get these down and just expand on what you're learning as far as the different pieces Thank you for the host there, Gordy Byron. Thank you so much. You just expand on the different types of things there are available to you, and you will be able to. It's a, it's a repeat process. It's just a lot of building and linking and learning how to do operating parts, which we got still have plenty of time, so hopefully we'll get to the operating parts at some point. We did a little bit of that on the last factory. I use a template that has everything in it. That's why the glue factory pretty much has everything I needed. Double R Gaming, thank you for the host. So now as I go through to create new factories, I have to rename a lot of stuff, but I don't have to remember as much stuff. That's the key. Because it's there. I know what to use. You see, I'm taking out parts rather than putting in, and I'm just changing nodes. I'm taking out the visibility nodes because the certain products don't have visibility nodes on this part. In putting in, we'll be adding some moving planes into the bins. I have to grab those off of my old map, but we'll be adding those in instead, and the moving plane part is in a lot of these. So that would be next. If we get this, we'll jump down the list and get some moving planes, but we'll jump in and we'll get you guys some more of the updates for that X-Man's been working on in just a minute too, on the sell points. I just gotta zip them up and I'll put a link up for you guys. So, first things first, I'll check my error log. If I miss anything, but I'm looking good. The HUD fill type for pavers is not in correctly in the, but yeah, I think we're pretty good. So it's not in the, I didn't include it in. So now we see our stone in should match 101,166 is not what's in there. We have 50. Oh, that's diesel. Actually, 100,999. There's our stone in. Yep, 100,999. Our diesel has our 57,600. I'm just checking them because you want to make sure that it's linked. I didn't cross over with some of the other ones. Check out our digital display board on the Stone Crusher inventory. It's definitely pretty cool looking. Stone has 200,000 ready to be spawned, more pallets. Lime has 24,000. There's our lime bin as well, 24,000. We don't have anything in our other three, so let's fire up the gypsum. Here, we're gonna shut down this one and this one for now, and we'll just run a little bit of gypsum out. I'm not creating gypsum. Why am I not? Oh wait, I'm not on gypsum. I'm probably creating it. Yeah. All right. So we should have 8,000 liters of gypsum. Look at my. We got to add lights to this too. So gypsum's okay there. It's dark out. I can't read my displays in night, but it is 8,000. I don't know if you guys can see that. My gypsum bin. And now we'll turn on this one. Calcium carbonate. Get a few liters in some daylight. So we have 10,499 on the calcium carbonate. Check. That bin is right there. Check. And limestone. We'll Turn it on. You can see all the numbers going up super fast behind me. So 8,333 on limestone. There we go. So that's how you do digital displays, pretty much. A pretty easy way to do it. Feel free to copy my display board and edit that graphic any way you guys want when you get the map out there. Or actually it's already built into. I got a little dot on the edge. You see that? That kind of annoys me. It's just a little white spot when I trim the graphic. So I'm going to remove that from the graphic. And then we'll be good to go with our digital display section. Yep, I'm digging it. We've got stones everywhere. So let's check this out now. If we take a stone, that's our input for our stones. So now if we shoot this in, we should see it go to 25,000 if it registers. Oops, if you can't shoot it in, then it's not going to do a darn bit of good. We'll check out that trigger again, too, when we get in there. See if I can push it back a little. Oh, come on. Make a basketball shot, would you? I'm trying to read the digital display. See, it just went up by 5,000. You know you made it in and it didn't, and it disappeared. So every time, this should bring it up to 30,000 in the input side. There it goes, 30,000. So that's working the way I intended. That's pretty cool. I want to fix that little line on the side of my digital display. That little white piece right there. It's right near lime. And I want to just take a look at that trigger before we move on. But before we do that, let me start at least getting the stuff from... I gotta jump over to my Dropbox and grab you guys some stuff. Yes. Always watching the repeats. Can't wait for the buildable factories. There is one. Exclamation point glue will get you the first buildable factory. If anybody needs to get it, it's out there. I'm going to jump over and get you guys the edited sell points. He mixed up the products a little bit, fixed some of the other stuff. What do we got? TSC, Wendy's, and Applebee's. Let me copy those. I got to get them for myself too. Replace them in my destination. I'm going to archive them into a mod called sell points.zip. It should have all three in there. Let me put it on my desktop real quick. There it is, sell points. Yep, so you'll get the Tractor Supply, Wendy's, and Applebee's ready. I'm gonna put that into my folder over here so you guys can get a link. Copy link to clipboard. Let me get you a command. Add a command. Paste the link. And submit. So here is the link for the sell points which are ready for download. And you can do exclamation point sell points anytime during the show. SELLPOINTS. Yes, Matco, the market sell point for orchards on Trello. Yes, it is already there. It's been out there for quite a while. As I'm looking through, though, the way one thing about the placeable sell point farmers market, it's not grabbing the price multipliers correctly. Apparently, if you're getting, I don't think, because those are we're getting pretty high prices on X-Mans. And X-Man, you still there? Do you know what you set the value of the sell point for? Was it 0.90? It should be. Yeah, so it was. I have that to set to 0.90, and the prices are astronomical compared to what the farmer's market was. So we might have to update it, make it more worth. I think I have to do the math. Right. And I have mine in the farmer's market set to 1.0, so it should technically be giving you more money through the farmer's market, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. We'll have to check into that. So digital display has a little white mark. Let's go and figure out what that is. It was next to Lime. It's actually on this side. It's wrapping around to the other side. I could see it right here. Just gonna delete that. I'll delete over here too, just in case. But that does happen with some of these images. It'll wrap around. File. And I do save as just so I can make sure that I got the right settings. Now if I come back out, can we see it on here? Yes, you see that little tiny bit of blue right there? If I refresh now, it's gone and it won't annoy me. So we've got the new that graphic updated. Now as I'm looking at the Stone Crusher trigger, which I've been playing around with, I pulled it out, if I can hit it here. So technically it shouldn't hit the trigger till it finishes going down the ramp. The trigger is raised up. I had it down here and it was having issues, but I'm going to try it back down. I'm wondering if I scale down my Y, to 0.3 just to fill the bin. I'm going to try the trigger over with that setting. It should go down the ramp, hit the trigger, and disappear. Getting 200K for a sale of pallets per truckload. Yeah, that seems quite. We may have some price adjusting to do when we get this stuff done. That's a lot of money for a load of pallets, that's for sure. And they should be eventually probably dropped in price, or we'll have to lower. Yeah, something's fishy with pricing. We'll get there. All right. We've got that. We've got my trigger. Before we go back in and test that trigger again, what I need to do is each of these bins should have a fill plane. And I did not grab it out of my other map yet, so I gotta load up PV17 Industries into an editor. 7.1, and grab another part to the project here. And now we're going to work on the movers. The movers are the parts that go up and down as things fill in. And we'll show you how to do movers. We already have them on the outside of the glue factory, the heaps that pile up when the coal and the calcium carbonate are there. And they're actually, this is the easiest. Yep. Oh, glad, Chris. This is the, oh, I got a new GeForce Game Ready driver. Check that out. Maybe later. This is actually the easiest movers have been to make for me ever. Movers, you just need the plane in there, and then you just set the values, and it's good to go. I don't have to. I used to have to struggle because different movers move group. I mean, it was crazy in the past. Now it's really, really straightforward to make a moving plane. We just need the plane to move. But with the global company stuff, it's piece of cake. Of course, the 7.1 editor is the slowest thing going. It will load up. We're loading up a 16x map while running a million different things at the same time. It'll get there. It will get there. So the glue factory is out. If we can get this, so I'm gonna keep working on this. I get off work early tomorrow. Might do a show tomorrow night. Stay around. I get out at like 4:15 or 4:30 tomorrow, so we'll be able to jump on. I, yeah, the user icons. Oh, I don't know what you did there then. I don't have a 16x map blank map. Everybody wants a 16x blank map, and the fact is that I don't have the time to do it right now. But you're more than welcome to take my industries map, which is 16x, delete all the stuff you don't need, which is the objects. Open it up in the editor, delete the objects, flatten the landscape, and there you got a 16x map with all the built-in things. Go for it. Although some people don't want the red textures, that's just a little bit of swapping textures with different colors. So here, I got to run my 16x script so I can see what I'm doing on this thing. But yeah, I don't have the time to go through and create one right now. I've got a list of stuff that'll take me 6 months, I think, to finish, if not longer. Because we're gonna if I can get a factory or two out a week, I'd be surprised. And we've got big ones coming, so they might even take more than a week to get them done. After this, we can do drywall. Is an easy one because we'll already have the glue, we already have the paper, and we'll have the calcium carbonate to make our drywall products. And that is just going to make one product, the drywall. What's that? Ginseng. Gypsum. Gypsum. Yes. Not ginseng. That's a gypsum. Gypsum. I don't think they could hear you, so yes. Gypsum is going to be added. There's the plane I want right there. That's the same pretty much for all the products because they're all white. They're all white with me. So we're going to highlight this plane and export this into my group as well, we'll call it the lime plane. Because that's what it is. It's textured with the lime. texture. I still think Farm Sim should be paying. Yeah, there's so much fun stuff, is right. I am having a great time uh, exploring and seeing what we can do. And I've got just so many things that I could still put into these. So export my selection with files. I am gonna put it in. I gotta make sure I didn't put lime plane in here anywhere. GHIJK. Nope, I've got a limestone wall. All right. I have these all in here, so if I ever need this lime plane later on, what I do when I'm done is I'll export to Stone Crusher and everything I need for it, and then keep this and just keep adding it as I build factories because I have different parts, backflow valves and barrier poles and conveyors and all the different things, and it's getting bigger. I now got the fuel station imported, so I have a fuel tank, and it gives me a library of pieces to build factories with. I've added some new piping as well. Get my parent directory structure. So when you export from 17, and I think all I need is the lime plane out of there. I guess it could have grabbed the labels, but we really don't need them because we're going to use one silo this time for all. Maybe we'll label them later on. It's not a big, huge deal. All right. Uh, Out in my folder for my Stone Crusher. Glue Factory, yeah. Stone Crusher, we can now find my lime plane. One of the things about exporting 17 is that the graphics don't come with it. So we need to grab the graphics and bring them over. So if I go into here, back to my industries, models, I'm following the path that it says the graphics are at. Stone Factory, fill planes. We've got the limestone normal, limestone specular. We're going to copy those. And I'm going to put those two right into my textures folder. We could actually use the lime normal and lime specular from before. So I don't need those. Let's use the better ones for this plane. So I'm going to use lime normal. It's already in there. Lime specular, but they're in my textures folder now, so we take all this out. Textures lime normal. Textures lime specular, and I'm sure this other one is my lime diffuse, so we're going to just change this to lime diffuse. And it's already in there. So we're going to just relink my graphics to these three rather than the three that were in the other map because they're already here. Once we have that, we can now come in here and we're going to load up my, where is it, L lime plane that I have. We can place it on the roof and see what it looks like. There it is, the lime plane retextured with the actual lime that's from the game. And we're going to cut that out and we're going to put it in each of these groups. We'll copy it, put it in with gypsum, put it with the calcium carbonate. We got 4 different bins that we're going to put it in. You could change the texture if you want, but for me, I'm going to go with the same one. So my biggest question is which one of these is which? I don't have them labeled. I think lime was the first. Yes, this is lime right here. And I'm going to have to check by looking at my displays because I don't have them labeled. So up to my, or down to my plane for lime is going to go in here. Where is it? It's way up high in the sky. It should be the same size because I didn't change the size of the bins. We're going to center it up at its full point, which has to be just below this grate on the front. So right there would be full. Make sure that your edges are just, see that front edge is, I want to get rid of that green line on the edge all the way around. And that's at the full point. So with that, we come over here and we grab these, Shift Control C grabs all three of these. We're going to go back into my Stone Crusher XML, find my lime, which is output product, and then we're going to use my mover for lime. There's lime, and the maximum is my value right here because it's where it is. So I paste that right in the mat, and we're going to have to rename this mover to lime 1, we'll call it. We'll grab the minimum value simply by taking the plane, and when it disappears completely through the bottom, just as it disappears right there, we're going to re-grab these numbers, Shift Control C, and then put that in as our minimum set of numbers right here. So we have the minimum set and the maximum set. I always like to have it visible, so I usually raise it back up. So when I'm, in the model itself, it doesn't matter where you leave it anymore. It used to in 17, you had to make sure it was at the 0 point. I'm pretty sure it was. So now all we need is the node for lime 1 added down below. So we come down here in an i3D mapping section. We will rename this, and I don't know if I had a capital but L or not. I have to check up above. I can't remember, but it is very important that you have the proper case or it will not find it. All right, it's not. So we'll make sure we do them all lowercase. Lime 1. I got it right. And then we just need the node that plane exists at, which is right here. Don't need the 0 and the greater than sign or whatever. Just the node part after that. Everything should be at 0 in your mod. So there's lime. Lime plane done. Moving down my list, we are going to go to our limestone, and we're going to turn on that mover. And we'll name that limestone 1. Remove that. Okay, so now we got limestone to put in, which I believe is the end one way over here. So we're just going to grab the next plane, which is up above. Same thing. put it into my bin at the high point. Get it down below my grate. Let's see, are we low enough? Not quite yet. You could copy some of these values from the other one, but not the left. You can copy the Y values if you wanted to, but I'm just going to do it this way. It's quicker for me. Make sure my edges are hidden into the wall. That is my top point. So maximum value for limestone. Now, whoops, did I not copy? Shift Control C. Yeah, we need the right numbers. Shift Control C for limestone. Now, interestingly enough, what the heck? Shift Control, oh, Control V. Duh, okay. If we look up here, these numbers are going to be very close, the numbers for the middle. I can put this in for the minimum. You'll notice that the first, oh wait, no, well, we better do it, we're just going to copy them, put it in place, because the numbers are a little out of whack. So we lower it down just till it disappears. Right there. Get these three. And then paste that in for my minimum right there. So that's the mover for limestone. Now we're going to move on to the gypsum one. Oh, we got to put the limestone one down below and get the node for it. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Don't forget that part. I always do. Limestone 1 node is right there. All right. Now we're moving on to the gypsum mover. GYPSUM. Your Cogent storage need board palette trigger fixed. Yes. Oh, if you're the Cogent storage, you should not have to lift them up in order to use that if you have the latest version. Double check that for me. If not, we do have to change the boards anyway because the spawning is a little bit of an issue on the boards when you spawn them back out. So there will be an update. Once we get through this factory, we're going to update a few things on the sawmills, and if we need, and the Cogent storage, we'll get an update to fix the board spawning issue. And if there is a trigger issue, we'll check it out. Gypsum 1 mover. We are going to grab and put in this bin, this plane. Move it inside my building. Where is it? Sometimes I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, it might be stuck in the roof still. There it is, right there. Da-da-da. Check it out. Make sure you're not poking through any of the walls and you don't have any gaps on the inside. We got to lower it just a little bit more below the grate there on the front. So that is our full point on gypsum. Which is our maximum value. Then we'll lower it till it disappears. And grab our minimum value. Put it back where it was. And then we just got to add the gypsum 1 node down below. And then we just have one more of those to do. Da-da-da. Right here. Okay. Gypsum 1. Yeah, the spawning of them? Yeah, that definitely needs work. How about the input trigger, though? We get the node for gypsum 1. There we go. Last but not least, on moving planes, we have this mover to activate on the calcium carbonate. Whoops, I put the wrong thing in there. There we go. So this mover is going to be carbonate. We'll just call it CARBONATE 1. There's the plane. There's the bucket it's got to drop into. Move it down a little bit. Alrighty. Thank you. So X-Man says yes, the trigger needs to be moved down. We'll take care of that for you when we do the update on that factory. So you don't have to lift them up in the sky. I don't get to play these. You know that? Everybody else is playing. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I do too. I usually use, but they can't use the auto trailer on servers. So yeah, we'll take care of that. So there's my maximum setting on that one. So yeah, we miss things. Small crew here. Me and him pretty much right now. Me and X-Man. Just below the surface, grab the new number and put that as my minimum. And then I'm going to save this right now while all those planes are in place. I just have to link carbonate 1 to its node at the bottom of right here. And put in that number. Right there. So, as far as I know, when we go back in, we'll test that other trigger again, but we should have, if I didn't mess up any XML, like I always, possibility, we should have our fill planes for each of those linked up properly and showing. And then we have to get output methods, so we're going to need to grab a silo trigger, which we have one handy and available. So we'll test this out first. Make sure we're saved there. I did save this, but I'm going to do it again. And we'll take a quick look at my stone crusher with fill planes. Make sure we don't have any errors before we move on. Yeah. Nope, there's nothing. I put the fence in so everything that operates, you see the footprint. You can put it any direction you want. Nope. Nope. If I did, I would have fenced them in so you wouldn't block it off. Yeah, where you could place it anywhere. There's no triggers behind it. Let's see. We got to put that out here. And let's jump in and see if we got some moving piles. We should. If we didn't screw anything up, which is easy to do. But you guys can see, what are we going over an hour just doing? It's time consuming process. The more you want to get into a factory, the more time it takes. And I've got a lot more that I want to put into this. We haven't put any of the operating parts in yet. And fill triggers on this thing are coming next, so if we come over and look in our factory, we need to get some gypsum, calcium carbonate, and lime going in order to check them. Whoops, don't need the flashlight. Start those lines up. All lines active. I'm just gonna get some product actually started. Now the tough thing is getting a lift, because you're not going to be able to see this unless you're in a vehicle. Oh, maybe I'll bring in the vehicle so we can see a little better. I wish I had like a window in the side, but I can't model a little see-through window into the model. I'm not that talented. The bins are big. Here, let's get that cranked down a little bit. But if we're in here, it's just a little extra. You can see that these bins have some product in them now, and I'm gonna fast forward time as we're making it. You can see it's raising up the plane. I think we're full, and or we're out of stone. Let me go back to daylight. It's raining, and they should have fixed the raining in the buildings, but yeah. So we have product piling up. We have no more stone in there. That's why it stopped. The lime is... So we gotta get more stone. And I'm getting a phone call that I'm not answering because I can't right now. So if we want to continue creating our products, we need to... Oh, we gotta test this trigger anyway. Oh. Here we go. There, 5,000. One shot in. We'll grab the loader. See if it can take them a little bit better with the new trigger position as well. $10,000. It's like getting points. We can make basketball hoops now that give you points. I just thought about that. You could have a scorekeeper on each end. And what do you know? We've got a little scorekeeping going on here. I'll use the joystick. We've got 4, 5. I'll probably lose them all on the way, but let's see what happens. So, with 5 of them in my grasp with the stylus fork, which seems to be working better than most methods. Oops, we gotta push them down. It didn't hit the, one, I think only one of them went in. There's a couple stuck on the side. Get in there. Will it hit? See, they should be, that's the problem I had with the trigger low. Oh, I think that 2 of them disappeared. I just don't think it's getting to the bottom of the trigger where it needs to all the time. Maybe. I like the trigger the way it worked before. Here, we'll raise it back up. There, that went in fine. It's when you put multiples in at the same time that it has the issue with accepting the pals. Here, push it. Nope, didn't trigger it. Still got 5,000 liters in that thing. There, it went in. So yeah, I don't know what to do with that. We're getting it though. We got 34,000. I wish it would take them better in multiples, but we never have a problem when I throw them in by hand. It takes 200,000, so it really still might be the best thing is to push them in a pile right over here. Oh, that one missed. That one did not register in my thing. I need a ladder on the outside of the building. So I don't know what else to do with that trigger. If I put it back where I had it, it has a chance of catching it as it rolls down. Right now it's at the top of the thing. You notice how when it rolls nicely, it just drops right in? I'm stuck in the building. You think with the bucket it reached past the trigger? The trigger is way down right now, all the way down just above the bin. So if it's dropping them on the chute, it shouldn't be. What we're going to do is animate that roller in there, and that might help stir them around, you know? They're going in though. They're going in. Let me lower that down. So a question I have, what do we got? Lime at 49.5. I want to see if the lime plane goes up now. We should be able to create more. Yep, the planes are going up. You can see the lime going up. We're going in tonight. We used up the stone already. But yeah, the planes are raising up just fine. When they fill up, they'll be filled up. That's kind of a crazy thing to say, but yeah. So our moving planes are working. The trigger needs some. Add a CVPN what? What's a CPN Vori belly? I don't know what that is that he's trying to tell me to add. We can add a step stool. Conveyor belt. Yeah, see the conveyor belt. I thought about that, but you need to move the stone with a conveyor. It's not as easy as you would think. You'd need a pallet mover, basically. I think the trigger worked better before where I had it. And it's where it's supposed to be. But I'm going to activate the roller drum inside and see if that helps it any. So let's take care of the roller drum as an activated part on the stone crusher. And we'll show you guys how to do that. We'll save here. Hey Bandit, how you doing? We've got some things to do. There's a roller drum animation for the product line. And I believe that's the only animation for the creation of... Oh, it's got to be on all the product lines, the roller drum one does. Okay. So, inside my little stone crusher, which... Where's my light source? I want my light inside where I can see what I'm doing. If I can get it aimed good enough to see somewhere. Maybe. No. There we go. I made it a point light. I want to be able to see what... It's dark in this building. So there's a roller that goes in here. It's an animated part on the stone crusher. I saved it as something in here. Crusher roller right there. There she is. Now I wasn't able to get this to work in the last version. I had it spinning around all the time, but I'm getting better at this stuff. So I think with a little bit of time and patience, I might be able to figure this out. First of all, I should put it in the right group. So let's cut that out, and we'll put it into the main group up here. It's just got to be in my factory. Okay. Put it down here. Lower it into place. Get my teeth lined up. And that's why I needed light, because it's very... It just fits. You don't want your teeth overlapping or grinding. Or you'll have issues. In real life you would anyway. Here you wouldn't, but we're just going to try to space it up so it's not hidden on either side. I think we're pretty good right where it is. Roller is in place. Alright. Da da da. So, custom shader. It doesn't have one. We're going to put a rotate on this object if I can. Let's see if I can pull this off. Fummin03, thank you for the sub. Oh my god, oh gosh, Recon Lobster's gifting subs to to just about everybody. Look at Recon. That's gonna be going for a little while. Thanks, Recon Lobster. I'm sure everybody thanks you as well. All right. I'll try to concentrate as we hear all those bells going off. Scooby Dooby's got a sub. Lot of subs. Is that it? Okay. All right. Anyhow, we've got to animate this thing. I think that's what I was saying. Let's save that for a minute. Let's go into my XML. Good. Everybody say good night to X-Man. He's going to bed. Good night, X-Man. We'll catch you later. All right. So with the roller, what we have is product lines. Anytime we're moving a product line, not the diesel creation to stone, that product line does not use the roller, but all the rest of them will. Product line 2 creates the lime. So anytime it's crushing the stone into, actually, diesel create, yeah, stone into one of the other 4 products, we got to activate the operating parts here. We'll add sounds later, so I'm going to close off some of this stuff. And animation node groups, this is what I want right here. So we can shut off my particle effects. We'll get that a little bit later, hopefully. So in my animation nodes, we only need one active right now. Now this part is interesting because we're using a rotation, and we're going to call this node drum. Whoops, not from. We'll call this the drum. Capital D-R-U-M. Drum, drum, drum. We'll add the node for our drum. The node where that drum sits at is actually 6. Let's put it outside the group, make it easy. Drum node 6. I usually have to experiment with the rotation axis because I don't know which ones they are. So we're going to test this with rotation axis 4 and see what happens. Okay, we got to also make sure our end tag for operating parts is visible now. So down here, we're going to move that up to here. Now my operating parts is visible. And we're just going to test it for the first time on the creation of lime. So we have to make sure lime is creating. Once we get all these duplicate nodes, they got to go into each of the particles. So, but all you got to really do is work on one of them. I'm going to work on the lime one. We'll test the drum, see if it spins. We've got a rotation axis and a speed. When creating lime, we should have some animation on that roller. Oh, one other thing you want to make sure of is our debris cutter roller. What you can do, I don't have any rigid body on it. It's set so things will fall through it. I'm going to turn the rigid body on, set it to kinematic, and see what happens, because technically speaking, it will should be able to knock things around with the kinematic setting and the rigid body on. So with that, we'll find out. Or we'll just throw some errors. You think it's... Oh, 4 is one. 4 is what I actually had to use on the fans to get them to rotate correctly. I think 4 might be the same as 1, though. I don't know. But we'll try it out. We will test it and see what we get. It's just a matter of getting the direction of the spin right, as you will soon find out. So we'll... Here, let me close down this. I don't think we'll need that open anymore. See what we get for a spin. And if it doesn't work, I'll put it on 1. Actually, I'll put it on 2 because 4 might be the same as 1. I had the fans spinning and I wanted to try to get them to spin the other direction. They were spinning correctly, but like counterclockwise, and I was trying to get them to spin clockwise. So when I used 1, it spun counterclockwise. 2 and 3 just went opposite, all funky. And 4 also spun it counterclockwise, so I just left it at 4. Although you are probably correct in the fact that there's only 3 axes. And there, Throsby with a sub. Recon Lobster going sub crazy again. So, what we need to do is... Oh, I didn't copy my graphic over for it, but that's okay. We have to bring the graphic over for the roller. Doesn't need to have a graphic to be running. Lime production, we need some stone. We gotta go get some stone in here. Just to fire it up. More G-Man. Hey G-Man, you subscribed. And Steel Crafter. So, I never did the graphic adjustment. There, we've got stone in there. It should be able to be turned on now. Look at that. Okay, I would say that our spinning is definitely the wrong direction, and we definitely need the graphic on that wheel. Alright, so I'm gonna save the game anyway, fix the graphic. Look at that, that's crazy. But that's what happens with the direction. We're gonna try 2. 2 will be next, and we'll fix our graphic. So let me get my graphic linked and try rotation axis 2. We can slow down the rotation speed on that too. I think 500 would be a good rotation speed for grinding rocks. We'll test it. Alright. The graphic part, because it's already built into my mod, my Stone Crusher i3D, without re-importing it, we're going to need to go to my Stone Crusher i3D right here, and we'll edit it. And you'll see. You'll find it pretty quick, most likely. If it's not, it usually has the yeah, right down here. So we need that Model Stone Factory models from PV New to PV Industries models. Stone Factory, models, Stone Crusher. Boy, things got buried too. In the debris crusher, those three right there for my. And they might already be in my folder because I've copied parts of this in here already. But we're going to put it into textures and paste it and see what happens. Yep, it already has those three files. So we could skip them. All we got to do is change the path to my in-game path, which is textures. There we go. Save that. Because I edit it in the i3D editor, I got to reload that when we use it next, so I'll close it down. Test axis 2 in graphics. Alright, what do we got? How big is the map of PV19? The Industries map is a 16x and the Pleasant Valley 19 map is a 4x map. So we got two different sizes. Is it possible to play solo? Absolutely. Actually, I enjoy playing solo on the bigger maps. And when I can play. But things are being done a little bit differently this time around, so you're not focusing, hopefully. I know you guys are probably saying, look, my stuff's filling up, but as you get more and more of these factories going, you'll notice that things we'll be adjusting things so you don't have to tend to one thing all the time. Might take a little longer. But we're also giving options like on the greenhouses where the more products you add, the faster it produces. Which makes it so you can run it pretty much as fast as you want. If you want to slow them down so you're not always constantly doing the greenhouses, just don't add the herbicide and stuff. It won't produce as fast. You just need the three basic products there. The other stuff, it increases the multiplier on how quick they produce. Rotation axis, please be correct. We only have one more that I can try. Da 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 da. We saved the game, so it should be rolling. If I can jump up there. Oh, that's not the direction I want either. As you can see, we are spinning out of control. It's always the last one I choose that works, so. There's only three options, like you said. And it'll be the third one. Hopefully. Otherwise, I don't know what other axis to use. Da da da. Where is it here? Yeah, so I have to say, for anybody that's out there that has been following my show for a while, maybe you guys can guess this. Here's the trivia question. What name have I been called? Well, I don't know if that's the way to phrase it. What do people call me at times in the past throughout the broadcast? Uh, just just a quick question. Anybody know the trivia? What am I doing? I'm looking in the wrong file here. Stone Crusher, Axis 3. Who am I also known as? That is a better question. Better way. Dip Boops. No, not Dip. I've been called something in the past that has kind of stuck a little bit. And once you guys figured out, no, not Dave. No. Oh, come on. There's somebody out there. They compare me to somebody else. Somebody else. It's popped up several times. Nobody's getting it. Stevie, no, no. George, no. You're getting closer. No. Let's see what we got here. All right. If you've been on the show, has anybody ever been? There you go. Bandit knows who. Bob Ross. Bob Ross. That's who I was looking for. All right. So anyway, Bandit wins a prize. I don't know what he wins yet, but maybe we'll get him some. Dave Bob Ross. Yeah, old man knows. So anyway, I was out last night. My friend's starting a YouTube channel. I don't know if you guys ever heard of these things called Funko Pops. They're collectibles, apparently. Anybody ever heard of what a Funko Pop is? Well, anyway, you can Google it. Funko Pops. Funko Pops. They're pretty big. He's younger than me. So, a lot of the younger kids, I guess, are. So, anyway, I'm helping teach him how to do a YouTube show where they do these mystery boxes, and you don't know what's going to be in the mystery boxes as you open your Funko Pop boxes. And oh crap! how, do, how do I get my roller to spin the proper direction when I've used all the axes? Did we try one? No, we didn't try one. I guess we try one. So, anyhow, we'll try one. We were opening these mystery Funko Pop boxes, and we opened one that was Bob Ross. So I had to have that one, and I brought it home. I'll have to show you guys what a Bob Ross Funko Pop looks like. It's like a bobblehead thing. Let me see. Bob Ross. It doesn't have any paint on it. See if I could Google it. There he is. This one. So that's what a Funko Pop is right there. And there's Bob Ross as a Funko Pop. But mine is the one that doesn't have. Mine is this. The one I got is this one where I guess you're supposed to paint it yourself because it's completely white. That's the one that I got. So yeah, they're out there. Lots of these things. But yep, there's my Bob Ross. I got him on my desk now. I just thought that was funny as could be. That Bob Ross is one of those things. All right. So we're gonna set it to 1. I've done 2, 3, and now I didn't do 1 because I thought 1 would be the same as 4, but apparently it isn't. So rotation axis 1. And you wonder how my hard drive fills up? Wait till you check this out. I've been working on this mod for, most of the day. And occasionally you have to do a test like this a few times. So let's open the recycle bin. This is what my recycle bin looks like. How many of them do I have? So yeah, I've got quite a few stonecrusher.zips in there. Lots of different things. Yeah, I gotta empty that every now and then. My hard drive's gonna be full. There goes my 257 items. Okay. Scuba Doobie. Good evening. Please be spinning correctly. Please. That's all I want is the right direction. It's when you run into silly little things like this Last time I started with rotation axis 1, so I went backwards this time, and it still didn't help me. Because it took till get to 4 to get it to spin right. I do have a way that I can fix it if this one doesn't work, but it's a little bit more complicated. You gotta make a transform group, spin the transform group, and rotate the object inside the transform group so it spins correctly. But boy, we shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't. Jump. There it is. We've got a stone crusher. Yeah, it was one all along. So we've got the wheel spinning. It should have collision on it. We got to get some noise to that eventually when we get to the sound files. Let me see what happens. Whoops, I just dropped my rock. We have enough stone to spawn 40 more rocks though. But I want to see what happens as we toss these in. Whoops, I can't toss. It went in, so that went in. That might shake them up just enough to make them work. Let's get some stones out here. Boom. There we go. We've got 40 more. All rolling around. See how many we can get in there at once, see what happens. See if we could clog this thing up. Or if it's going to work better with the thing that's pushing them around. Whoops, let me drive with the actual joystick in my hand here. I want to get it. Oh, I bounced off the thing. Can we scoop some? Well, we got a few on the end. We're losing them. I couldn't get the thing to tip down further. Gotta get a little implement that's made specifically for picking up my stones, that's all. A stone scoop. The bucket they slip through. Here, we'll grab this many. We've got a few in there. I dropped another one. 14333. Oh, come on. See, it never picks them up when I drop them with the thing. But what happens when we throw them in? It's going to bounce it around a little bit. That's kind of cool. Oh, there, it just sucked it in. Did you see that? I'm going to have to go to the other side. I can't fit through the window. Yep, that might do it. It gives it a little bit of a movement. Yeah, until it pops it in. Ooh, I think that will help it a lot. See, because it's going to bounce the stone around until it grabs it. I like it. Let's make sure we got those stones in. Yeah, 34,333. So that helps out a little bit of a moving animation there. I just need to work on a bucket at some point that will scoop them up better. OSHA not approved. I approve. Who cares what OSHA approves of? Yeah, don't be standing in the bucket, in the stone crusher. We'll have to put a cage around it. Oh yeah, we've got a few on the fork. Yeah, problem is they keep falling off of the forks as we're driving. We've got a lot in there, though. Let's see what happens. If I can get them in without dropping too many. $34,000. I'm stuck. Woohoo! Oh yeah, I got my thing stuck. Yeah, that's some cool stuff. It won't let go. I think that's pretty wild. Uh, let's lower that down. I'm stuck in a building. It won't let me go. I guess I gotta reset my fork. It got stuck. Stupid physics. You're not supposed to do that. Here. Isn't that pretty cool? My thing is stuck, but you look it took the stones, it kicks them around. We just got to get a better loading mechanism. Maybe the smaller but well, first let's get rid of this. I should be able to sell off my let's see. Not there. I should be able to sell off my silage fork in my garage. There, I got my loader back. There's a couple stones that didn't go all the way down the ramp. I'm going to try the smaller bucket with a telehandler and see what happens. Just for the heck of it. Here, we'll get this one here. And the small shovel. See if they slide through the small shovel. I can work the collisions on one of the shovels. So we see if this shovel works any better, has any better. See, the shovels didn't really need collision because they don't work, I mean, all over the place like we need it now. So I might have to pull one out and put collision on it. That bucket's about the same size as the other one. Is there a ramp that lifts up when you turn on? Get on a ramp and then, yeah, lift it up so you could look inside. Let's see how this bucket, if this has any better. But it probably won't. They'll probably slide right through it. It looks like the same bucket, but different attacher. It's the small bucket that I was looking for that's on the front loader arms. It probably would work, but I don't think you could reach with that one. Yeah, more incline on the ramp, but then that's the problem with this crusher. It would be way up high. I inclined it as much as I felt like was yeah, you'd have to lift things way up, or I'd have to start putting the crusher into the ground. That's the problem I was having. We got some stone right there. Let's see if we can see how well it holds in this bucket. Oops, I hate when I do that. I'm skidding across the ground. Not bad. Let's see if they slide through. No, this bucket seems to be better. Take a collision with a front loader and it didn't have a problem. Yeah, that one held them in much better. 54,000 stone. You might have to extend it. How do I extend this thing? Bum, 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 bum. I don't know how to use the front, the, isn't, there we go. Out, 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 up, 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 up. Did we dump them? Oh, I think we dumped most of them. I'll get it down there. We should be empty. It's got 74 registered now. Anything kicking around? Got a couple stuck on the edge. But as we put more in there, yeah, see, that spinning wheel is going to help out tremendously. Because maybe, yeah, it just needs to get it out further as they come down the ramp. It'll suck them in. I think it'll work better. You could keep filling it anyway. Once they get into the trigger, they'll register. So that is a bad shot. We can make basketball hoops that keep score. Just by putting a basketball with a value of 1 in it of a product. And there you go. Every time you shoot it. Or 2. You want 2-pointer. It won't be able to keep score from 3-point range. But it would still work. Needs a little bit more of an angle down. Here's the thing. Can I angle it down? I might be able to angle it down, but it's going to be cutting. Yeah, alright, I can angle that ramp down a little bit now that I got the sidewalls. I should be able to angle it just a little bit down and without it looking too freaky. I put the sidewalls because as I was tossing things in, they were just ending up all over in the factory. But yeah, once it gets onto there like a popcorn machine, it crushes it up. Now, if you weren't creating anything, we gotta do that too. Let's see. Just a test. Open. Lime production. Stop. Now it should be off because it's only connected to Lime right now. Yep, the wheel stopped spinning. We're gonna get some particle effects on this wheel and some noise as well as when it's running. As well as all the conveyors going. So there's lots of little things to hook up in there. We're getting there. Hopefully by... I don't think we're going to finish it up this broadcast. Could you not make it a roller bed? You would have... What do you mean a roller bed? Oh, one of those beds that just keeps rolling like the compost maker? You need to have something push it. And that's just an animated... This is actually a moving part. The roller beds are done differently. It's just a shader that makes it looks like it's rolling. Back to my stone crusher. Yeah, so actually isn't really moving. It just looks like it is. It's a shader with those roller beds. You'd have to create an animated part, and the only ones I know how to do are ones that spin. Dollar data shaders. Failed to open XML file. Dollar data shaders. Oh, we've got something with my shaders. What happened there? Oh, I know what happened. I'm in 7.1. I do that too. Gotta switch back to 8.0 editor. Maximum amount of input products and output products are both 10 on a GC script for one factory. but you can put two factories into one uh, placeable currently, and they're going to up that to 5. So in the near future, you'll be able to do 50 inputs and 50 outputs if you with different menus all into one factory. All right, I guess what do I want to do? We got to get a silo set up somehow on the outside, and I just want one silo point for loading. I will put it right over here somewhere. So let's see what we got. First off, we need to get some pipe, or let's see. Let's go to, I'm thinking, what did I have that has the, oh, I had it open not too long ago. Which one of my mods had the silo on it? It was, not any of those. The composter has a silo, but it doesn't have the effect I'm looking for. I didn't mean to do that, but we'll just go down here. Let's see, which one had the actual loading style? Oh, the Cogent storage has one, that's for sure, for the wood chips. That's what I want, the effect nodes, so I don't have to mess with anything. Cogent storage. And we're going to open that up. We can actually check the trigger in there while it's open. It looks funny. You're loading them in. Oh yeah, I'm going to angle the ramp too. We'll get there. We'll angle the ramp down a little bit. So what I want is this here, my loading trigger, so we can hook it to a silo or a pipe or some sort. So I'll export that selection with files into my stone crusher. And save that. And then, while I'm in here, it was the board's trigger, somebody said was floating too high. One of them. The exact fill root node is, oh, do I not have the plane underneath? No, I gotta create a plane so I can see this. Get my ground level back in here. Okay. Let's turn off. Oh, that's the wood chips one. Where's the boards? Right here, exact fill root node. And then the pallet trigger node they said was too high. You should be able to, I mean, I can lower the pallet trigger, but the pallet trigger is usually you just empty it just has to hit it, the box. The exact fill root node is the one that empties trailers, but that one is just above ground like it should be. I mean, I don't think the boards is any different than any of the other ones, is it? Resin? Exact fill root node. Pallet trigger. Barrel. So I don't know what the deal with the input triggers for those was. Because every other one is exactly the same. It has to have to do with I'm putting it down below. Yeah, it should hit it just fine. Well, we'll save it and give it a test at some point. I've got my trigger out of there. Which is... I still got to fix the spawning of the boards in there, but we'll make sure we use the latest. Cogent storage. Copy it out of there. What is my cursor spinning for? It's like something's going on my computer. Alright, so what do I want to do for a silo pipe? I can create a pipe with my pipes for an output. I just want one output. Let's go back into there. Let's angle the ramp down a little bit, if I can, so that it's more at this edge being, whoa. Yeah, I hate when that happens. That ain't working. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm not grabbing the whole group. Duh. So we're gonna have to do... Yeah, see, it's covering up the edge right there. That's part of the issue. Is that if I angle it down... I think that's about as far as I can go for an angle. Oh, maybe not. Let's see what I can do with this piece here. I don't remember what that piece is. See, there's that yellow lip. It's starting to show through on the actual... Yeah, I gotta be able to hide. So that's about as much of an angle as we're gonna be able to get out of that ramp. Right there. Without taking the whole thing. I mean, technically, but then I'd have to resize. Yeah, it wouldn't work. The roller wouldn't fit. So yeah, that is about all we can do. I can not go much more with that angle. Where are we? Silo. So I have lots of pipe section that can be resized. But I'm wondering if I have a elbow. I don't think I have an elbow without a collar on it. It has... yeah, we could do it that way. Alright, I think we got it. I'm going to duplicate this. It's not going to be that long, but I want to see where if we poked it through out here. Let's see, rotate 90. Let's scale it 0.3. No, that's going to be way too big too, probably. I want to see where it comes through the wall. Perhaps if I put it right about there, Let's shrink that down a little bit more. I'm creating a way to make it look like stuff is getting out to my silo trigger. Closer. Da da da. Don't mind me. This is how I find my angles. Whoops. Which ones are close to 90? 90, 180, 180. There. Now I got it lined up right. Well, I'm gonna move it over this way so it's more toward the center. Take my pipe. I'll resize the pipe to fit in a little bit. Make sure my thing is close to center anyway, so it don't look too goofy. That's pretty close. That's pretty good. We're going to take my short pipe here, make it a copy of that, spin it around. Now I did do a switch in pipe diameter on this somewhere. How deep does it go? Does it come out the bottom? No. Does it go to the bottom? Yes. Okay, perfect size for that one. We can do the other end the same way, but we're going to have to do a couple downspouts differently. Duplicate, spin that this way. Whoops, grabbed the wrong arrow. Let's see, 1.022. No, we gotta go bigger than that. 2.5, probably 1.04. 3, because we gotta move it from this direction. That looks good. We'll put that right there. And we just need a straight down. How far did I go through the floor? Oh, way through. Put that one right there. Alright, it's not showing through the bottom. Alright, that'll work. That'll work. Put that on here. And I think we can add a little bit of a down extension to that too. I think it's pretty high up. We'll find out when we get in game if I need to adjust anything. Alright, let's see. We're gonna go all the way to 0.05. Just want a little longer. Alright, so anybody else what else going on? Yeah, we've got sell points, we've got all sorts of stuff out there. I'll try to get that stuff up on Trello as soon as possible. We're gonna import the loading trigger that I exported. GHIJK Elemento loading trigger. We'll put that into my group here. And interestingly enough, I've been putting everything in this build group that needs to be... We could make this buildable so easy. It's all in the same viz group. So with this, we just need to get my particles up into my pipe centered. You can kind of see where that one cone was. What's the angle? The best angle to look at it? I can't see it now. There it is right there. Might have to adjust it a little better later. So we have a loading trigger with a trigger, discharge node, discharge effect that we need to link up for this stuff. So that is one thing that I don't think I have left in here. Register unloading triggers. So I'm going to go back to, I shouldn't have deleted it. I think I have a copy of it already. Da 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 da. Composter has a loading trigger too. I want to see the XML and make sure I get everything correct for a loading trigger. Composter has one. Register loading triggers right here. We've got one with all the fun nodes. So I just copy that into my stone crusher right underneath my other one. Loading trigger name, loading trigger. Trigger node is trigger. We got to add that later. Fill auto start true. I think we set to false because we're going to have 4 different products coming. Discharge node, fill sound, grain, smoke nodes. So, first we got to do the trigger node, which is trigger. Coming down to, I have a question. When I go to get off PV mods for, when I go to get the mods for PV15, it won't let you download them. Bum 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 bum. It won't let you download them. Oh my gosh. People still playing 15? They might not be there anymore. I'll have to check. In just a minute. I've moved some. We put them in different places, so depending on where you got the... So we need a node for the trigger. Let me get that first, which is right here. 1500. Oh, nice number. So there's 500 group pieces in that group. There's our trigger node. Our discharge node equals discharge node. So we got to add that, our grain, and our smoke. To our list. I think we add the discharge node. Discharge. I gotta make sure the spelling's right. Was it a capital N? Capital N. I'll check those links in just a minute and see if they're even still there. Because there was a time we had to move a lot of stuff around. Yep, discharge node is correct. And it's right here. Which is 1501. Then we just gotta add in for that trigger the effect node is grain and the effect node of smoke. So we're gonna add a grain and the smoke. We'll call it. Grain. S-M-O-K-E. Those nodes are these two, grain. 1500 20 and 1500 21. And this one is with a 1 on the end. So that links up our effects for our loading trigger, which trigger node is called trigger, but it's loading trigger right there. So next, we go down to each of the output products that are going to require that trigger. And in our output methods, we can now open that up. And if I look at the compost master, I'm going to look for compost. I just want to make sure I get that right too. Diesel compost. Output methods is just loading trigger, loading trigger. That's it right there. That's how we're outputting our lime. We're going to copy that. Also to this one. And this one. And our calcium carbonate. All four of them. Loading triggers should be linked up. You've been up for 38 hours. What are you, crazy? Where you get MFS, the FS19 mod folder switcher is, here you go. To get the mod folder switcher, it's now called PV Tools. It does the same thing. It looks like this. Because eventually, if we ever get all these factories done, I wanted to add in some extra details. But this does have some different stuff, such as game settings, developer controls, easy ways to turn them on and off built into it. And it's called PV Tools, and it is on the exclamation point mod center. We'll get you this link. It is right in the first column on the bottom, PV Tools. Just click there and click the link here, and you can download it. It works the same, other than it's just a little bit designed differently. So there is that. I will check. I have FS15 folder. Let's see. I will share, for whoever was asking, the whole FS15 folder link right here. You should be able to access that link and pop up a page that looks like this. You got the 15 mod. Sorry, my headset went off. You have all the files that are right there. They're still there. I don't know where the extra files and the maps. So you should be able to grab that. PV Rivers map for 15 is all right there, the documentation and everything. So hope that helps out for 15 files. I still have 13 files up on the MediaFire as well. There was a point where I switched and moved everything to MediaFire. We had some of it on Dropbox and stuff, and we just got too busy. So I had to put them onto a place that could handle the number of downloads. Let's save this and see if we have a working silo in our game. We should, with 4 products popping up. We shouldn't need that anymore. Rewrite my... Put it into my map class folder. And we'll check it out. And see if I have any issues. Other than that, the workings are there. We need animations, sounds, and all that fun stuff. which we're not going to get to all of it tonight. We got about 40 minutes before I have to go to bed. I got to work early in the morning. But we might finish it up tomorrow night. Night Cop 34 Designs, how you doing? But we'll get this. You guys, if you're playing the game normally, not fast forward, not cheating everything in, exclamation point glue when you start, it takes 40 in-game hours to build that factory with all the products in it. So I should have this done if you just play it normal before you have your factory built. And then you'll be able to use the calcium carbonate for producing. So what I need is a vehicle. And I don't care what color it looks like because we're just going to test my trigger. We're going to drive it over and check it out. Yeah, as long as your name stays out of the obituaries. That's a good one. You gotta pick up the kiddo in an hour. Oh my gosh. Alright, north-south roads, cool. Great, Jay. Great to see you're back. So, we created this silo fill point. I don't know what it's gonna look like. We should have an R key. There we go. So, I think I will abbreviate the calcium carbonate to C carbonate because we're not getting the whole text on that trigger. So, other than that, we can actually load for the first time calcium carbonate into a trailer. Although I don't know if I can abbreviate that because I think it might be in the map itself and I just updated it. So, but you can see we actually are offloading calcium carbonate for the first time. We've got 39,000. We could actually drive that if we had a factory over to it, but I don't have it built over here yet. We don't have a sell point for this yet. We will have many uses for it. I should have grabbed lime. Oh, we can grab a lime spreader. We should be able to fill a lime spreader directly to... What do I have for... Oh, I'm gonna crash. I think I had... Oh, I know I had a specialty piece of equipment in here somewhere. Miscellaneous, maybe? No, not there. Maybe it was under tractors? No, not that one. I'm looking for the spreader I had that was one piece. I am using the global company script. It's the only one to use. The global company factory script. It is available. I guess I'll just pull one of these over for now. We'll throw an extension on it. Yeah, there we go. So we bought one. We'll grab a tractor at the store just to get some lime. I don't care what I'm buying. I just want to be able to pull this thing. Hope that's big enough. Yeah. Need a cotton harvester that runs 15 miles an hour. Okay, so we've got our lime spreader. We'll make sure we can get our lime out of that, but I'm pretty sure we can. right into our lime spreader. Yeah, Recon Lobster, thanks so much tonight. He's been awesome. Gifting subs, donating $150 tonight. You are awesome, Recon Lobster. Appreciate it so much. So off to my building. Lime. Yes, please. So now you have a way to create your lime, and you will have, when I get this out for you guys when it's finished, you will also have a way to create your calcium carbonate, and we have gypsum ready to go for the drywall. Drywall will be coming probably next, I'm guessing. Then we got to get all the rest of the building products up. We've got to finish this factory up though first. There's a lot of little things in here. You can see we emptied the calcium carbonate completely. We've got 200,000 stone ready to spawn again on the output side. So we could literally just click and spawn another 200,000. We could test our ramp. But I'm not going to test that again right now. I want to get more done. Everything's looking pretty good so far though. There. That is definitely angled more in there. Alright, let's jump into conveyors. Conveyors are always fun. I'm doing conveyors next because so we'll be able to make ocean spray planters, peanuts, or some of other factory like that with global script. Yeah, you can do any factory with global script, dude. I've got planners will be coming. As a matter of fact, next time I run the game, if I remember, which I often don't, we've added in on this latest update a lot of new products for what's coming on this map. So I already have conveniently saved what I think is called a sea carbonate pot. Let me see. I'm looking for what I'm looking for. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Emitter, earth plane. It might be earth. Oh, lime plane. It could be that. Let me check. I think that's it. Let's see where it is. Nope. Wait, that's not it. We've already used that. All right, let's go back and find another thing. Lime plane. It might be that earth plane right there. Gypsum bin, limestone wall. Let me just check the rest of these names. I'm using it on the other one. Yes, that is kind of it. What I'm looking for. But not 100%. Let me come back up here. I just moved the translation outside. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to move figure out where exactly flat is here. Okay. And I'm pretty sure, although half the time it's wrong, next thing I want to do is go to my texture on this thing as I import it. We're going to bring it over to the conveyor first. It has coal on the texture. I probably edited it as I brought it in, replaced it. But we only need the one texture for this map, so let's bring this down. to here. We gotta make it longer. Until it goes all the way to the end. But not sticking out like that. That's pretty good. We're going to go, it has compost on it. Stone crusher, textures, lime diffuse. Stone crusher, textures. Which one am I working on? Was it the normal or the specular? Yep, specular. And we grab the normal file for that as well. So we have lime instead. And I'm going to make it a little wider so it fills up the conveyor a little bit better. I should have cut it and put it in my group first, but I forgot to do that, so we'll probably have to recenter it. I'm going to put it into my out for lime. Oh, look at that. It fell sort of into place, but it's got to back up a little bit. I'm going to copy it and place one in my gypsum folder. In my, which one is gypsum again? Anybody remember? I think it's this one, right? Well, here, display. Yeah, it's that one there. So that one's gonna come over here. Doo -doo -doo -doo. I'm gonna paste one in the calcium carbonate folder, which is that one right there. And the last one gets in the limestone folder. Come on down. So we've got 4 nodes for scrolling animations. Let's go back over to where we are in my animation nodes section that we're using right here. You'll notice I have a scrolling animation right down here. I'm going to put it up above. And I'm just going to name it conveyor conveyor 1. We need 4 of them for the 4 conveyors. Conveyor 2, conveyor 3, conveyor 4. We've got our shader parameters, everything set the way it was on the last factory. With scrolling animations, we need to add the 4 nodes now for conveyor 1, 2, 3, and 4 down here in the i3D mapping section. Actually, I just messed up something anyway. We'll fix it though. Conveyor 1. What I did, well, we'll do this for the test anyway, but we don't need them all running when Lime runs. We just need the one that has Lime in it, but I'll move them into the other appropriate groups afterwards. We'll get it in here so we can test it. Is Stone Crusher coming out today? It's not going to be finished today, Steve-O. I wish it was, but there's a lot more things that I want to add in. We're gonna only got about, I gotta work early tomorrow, and I only got about 20 minutes left that I can do this here today, but we'll try to get it finished. I get off early because I go in early tomorrow, so we'll try to get it finished up for you guys. So basically, we're in the animation node groups for the production of Lime. So really, the only conveyor we need in this group is the one that runs Lime. So that line is going to be changing. What I'm going to do is I'll keep them all in there for now, and then I'll highlight out the 3 that don't belong, and then when we recreate this group under the next line, we'll be able to, but this way we'll be able to see them all run. So if those are set correct, when the factory's running, we should now have conveyors moving as well. And that's what we're going to test next. See if my conveyors are moving. That would be all the moving. Then we got particle systems to put in. Lots of particle systems across all the pipes there, and off the ends of the conveyors here, there. 2 more. Some dust particles for around the crusher. And then we got to move on to the sounds. So it's a lot more to go to get it all working the way I want it. Right now it's pretty quiet in there. It shouldn't be. We need to get some sounds going eventually. Which we have the sounds. It's just a matter of linking them up. The same way. Everything gets linked. Once you understand that basic concept of labeling and then put your i3D mapping nodes in, a lot of the stuff works the same way. But this should be out before you have that other factory built. Another day. My guess is we'll probably be finishing this up online tomorrow. Yes, if you want to convert your factory farm over to FS19, will the global script work? I would wait for the next update. There are some issues with including stuff in maps. It can be done, but any objects built into the map are owned by whoever purchases the property. So things work differently, but yeah, you could create any factory, and you can create quite complex factories with 10 output lines possible on each factory and 10 products in. You've got some amazing capabilities. The pallet spawning is nice. We'll see if they work, if I can find the workaround to have things just appear. But for the most cases, keeping on, if you're building a lot of factories in your map, being able to spawn the pallets is really good. So it's not, you don't have a million things on your map at once. So Might be kind of hard if I don't jump up on something to see if my animations are scrolling. Whoops. Might need to get in a vehicle for this one. Because it's way up high. Here, let's get in my vehicle. Can't back up. Alright, so apparently we're not running yet on the lime line. It should be running. It says that it's active, but my conveyors aren't moving at all. I don't think any of them are. So we've got something going on there. I've got the lime there, it's just not showing the rotation on it. Let's see if there's any issues in the error log. Yep, we've got node smoke. Did I undo the smoke nodes? That looks like it could be throwing the whole thing off. Operating parts, nil, no smoke. I must have unhighlighted some more of those operating things and have to change it. Let's check that out. Are you able to show us how to either add coal, salt, etc. into map i3D, or are you able to do a blank US map? A 16x map? It's right now I'm not able to because it will take forever. Although Jay Reedy is working on one. Is he out there? Jay, if you finish up a blank 16x and just send it on over, that would be great help for a lot of people. He was doing that. He's the one that redid the FS17. Yeah, he's there. Did you finish that 16x blank map up yet? And if so, could you send me one and I'll link it up on my forums with you to the credits on the mod center at some point. There's so many people that have been asking me for that, but it is a process, as you just figured out. I don't know if you finished it or not. And I've got so much work to do on this. So, scrolling animation, animation nodes. What was it saying about my smoke nodes? Get with him before you go to bed. Alright, will do. My smoke particle animations there are not undone. I must have done it down here. I only have the one. Did I move the node? Let me go back and check the error log again. I've got a lot of access component problems on one of the mods I use. I don't know what the heck that is, but I'm not concerned about it. Where was that error? Error missing description version attribute in mod food places. Oh, I think that was a zip file from yesterday. It has to be removed. Da da da. Alright, warning. Nil node smoke has no shader perimeter. On the stone crusher, I don't have... Oh, animation node 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm confused. It has something to do with what I just added. Scrolling animations. 1, 2, 3, and 4. They are not smoke animations anywhere. Those are all highlighted out. I don't know where it's getting the smoke from. I've got earth plane. Let's see what's linked to here. Offset UV set. I didn't change any of that. Scroll down, check nodes. I'm looking at my nodes. 1,489,02. Maybe I didn't link the nodes correctly. Here. That could be it. Did I not put the nodes in right? Yeah, that's what it is. I'm falling asleep. See, I get sloppy when I get late. 1,489,02. 1,489,12. 2,2 and 3,2. That's what it was. Thank you there. Conveyors. They were linking to the wrong. I never actually put the new nodes in. Oh, 2,2, 3,2. Yes. That should fix those. I had them linked all to the old smoke node. Yep. That's what it was. Let's go back to my stone crusher and see if that makes it work. And if it does, I think we'll end with that. Or maybe, well, yeah, we got a few minutes. I will, if I remember, if this works, we'll jump in and I'll show you some of the products that are in the map if you missed it earlier on. That will be coming soon. If you didn't get the updated maps, you're going to need the updated maps. Exclamation Point Mod Center, they were updated today. We added tons of products for the factories that are coming. So industries, and you don't need any new save game. It'll just continue to work. All we did was add many more products for future building, and I needed to add them because we threw in epoxy on the latest factory. So while I was at it, I went and did some research and went through several. We don't have them all. And the one I'm kind of disappointed I didn't update that I thought about after the fact was the dairy, because we're going to need to get dairy up and running pretty soon to get cheese and milk. But we got plenty of factories before that comes, so you should be good for a while. What do we have? Sour cream. Yeah, we've got a lot of factories, but we've got tons of products already in there for several of the factories. Oh, I'm gonna get in my loader. Back that thing in there. So we can see if my conveyors are moving. Alright, they're going backwards, which I do that all the time. See, they're working, but they're just going backwards. All four of them will be spinning backwards, so we're just going to do this the easy way and rotate them 180 degrees and put them back on the conveyor and we'll be good to go. So all my conveyors are spinning now when the factory is running. Now if we shut it down, which all right now we have to shut down is the lime because everything's linked to the lime production. You'll notice it all stopped. So that's a good sign. Very easy to do that. No exclamation point map needed. Exclamation point mod center has everything. You'll find both maps, the big map and this one. And this mod can work on both of them. All my mods will be able to work on both the industries and this one. Uh, Before I exit out of there, yes, we're gonna come over here. So with today's update, as I scrolled through earlier, we'll do it one more time. You can see there's tons of products that were already in, but this is gonna have some massive amount of stuff. The bread factory always made wheat bread, oat bread, rye bread. Will now make a multi-grain bread and a cranberry orange bread. I'm trying to use up some of the new products and the orchard products and stuff into more things as we go along. So cranberry orange bread. Then as we come into the steel factory, we have the steel as it was. We have nails, pipe, and rebar that we'll be adding into the steel factory this time for building purposes. Then we've got all our wheat flour, oat flour, rye flour, drywall, our calcium carbonate, gypsum. Eventually I'll get to making new icons to help determine these three better, but one is limestone, gypsum, and calcium carbonate. I have to remove that one too. It doesn't do any. That's for the fill type for building the projects. You'll never see anything under it, but we can remove it from that menu. Garbage. Concrete factory will have concrete, barriers, cinder blocks, which are block, and pavers. So we'll have those four in the concrete factory. We'll see about expanding textile later, but I didn't yet. Birdseed only creates birdseed right now. But I did add in to Kellogg's, along with Frosted Flakes, Mini Wheats, and Rice Krispies, we have Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks coming to the factory. Sam Adams has two additional beers, a cherry wheat and a pumpkin batch to use some cherries and pumpkins from your greenhouses. I just threw in Diet Pepsi, so we'll have another Pepsi line that creates diet. It won't include the sugar. We'll put something else in it. And then we have two new vodkas, a watermelon and a raspberry. Watermelon and raspberry to go with our other three vodkas coming in the. So yeah, we've got a lot of products ready for a lot of factories, but there's still several missing. We will keep you busy. With that, we know that all my conveyors need to be spun around. That's a pretty quick fix. And then we will come over here and, oh, where is it? There it is. So basically these earth planes, I just have to go on the y-axis to 90. Is it y-axis? I don't think it was. No. Let's put it back to minus 90. Let's spin it around like this. Burp. So it's 0, 90, and 0 and bring it up this way instead. Same way with the next one. And the next one. And one more. All right. Next thing to add into those lovely conveyors would be some particle effects. We are down into the particle effect setting area. Da 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 da. Particle systems. I'm pretty sure it was work emitter 1. Let me oh no, it might be carbonate emitter. No, I think I changed it to work emitter 1. Let's check that out, see what it looks like. So with work emitters, we need to run. Oh yeah, that's the one I want, but that's not the direction it's gonna go. We're gonna slide that into right about where it will go. I clicked off it. We gotta put it into the group where it's gonna go to. That would help. So Lime, for instance, we're gonna paste our work emitter in there. Lime is down here, so we gotta move it back into place. Wait, which one's Lime again? Down there. Lime first. Make it look nice and pretty. So it looks like it's loading in. Now that is only going down a little ways. One of the things you can do is with your scripts of view. Let's see, view, Windows, particle editing. The lifespan of the particle controls how far down it goes. The longer it stays on the screen, the further it will go down. So you can adjust your lifespan if you want to something. So if it's really empty, your bin, it still shows the particles going down to the bottom there. So there we go. Make sure it doesn't come through the bottom, and it does. So we gotta shrink that down to about 850, I think. And it's still pouring through. 805 is not showing through. 805 looks pretty good. So it's gonna pour off my conveyor right there into my bin. You can move it around, just make it look good. I'm gonna move my plane a little bit closer to this end. That end doesn't really matter because stuff's just going to drop down onto it. And what I have to do though is file, export that selection back out, and it was work emitter 1 because we're not actually going to have that in the map. We're going to create a transform, or in the mod, we'll call it work emitter 1. I'm going to cut that out. And in my Lime group, I'm going to paste that in here. I'm going to highlight my straw emitter, Shift Control C on the translation, Shift Control V to put my point exactly where it would bring it in, and then check the rotation is at 90. So we're going to make sure this one is also rotated at 90 degrees on my y-axis. Then we're going to remove this, and I'm just going to show you this one. We're going to link up this one particle effect, work emitter 1 for the Lime. The other ones all have to be linked up under their separate processes. So it's getting late. We're going to link up work emitter 1, which is up under my operating parts for Lime. We are done with animation nodes, so we can get rid of the rest of that stuff. We have lots of particles to add though. So that is our animation nodes section. We got to do some giveaways sometime soon. I just don't know when. We've got a lot of people checking their points. We've given out so many things. Alright, so now we're down to the effect types. We got to open that up. Particle systems are my effect types. We have work emitter 1. We're going to set this to WORKEMITTER 1. And it's going to load up particle system work emitter 1. Make sure that was the name of my particle system once more. It has to match case and everything. So Stone Crusher, PS, capital E and work emitter. Okay, so we're going to make sure that is okay. Yep, perfect there. I'm going to shut off the rest of them for now. Whoops, hit the wrong key in there. We've got several to hook up, but we'll just do one for you tonight. I'll work on the rest of them. So one particle, work emitter 1, will come on when product line 1 is running, which is the Lime, and it is on the Lime belt. So each of these three no longer will activate on their appropriate lines. Those three right there. Same way with the rest of the particles. But we can turn off those because we only have, hopefully the first one was Lime conveyor 1. If not, we'll have to fix it. So when we're running the operating parts, we should get my one emitter. We have to just put the node down below for that work emitter 1, which is down here. At this point, I could get rid of a lot of the nodes that are highlighted out too, because I won't use them. I've been just using these. Work emitter 1 node is set to that little transform group, which is 14903. Well, that wasn't too hard. 0, 3. Let's check that out, and then we'll call it a day. Save this. We could turn off the playing of my animation because I took it out. We'll import it back in when we need to place the other one, so. Da da da. I usually do all 4 at the same time before I do the nodes, but we're good. Too many ones? What do you mean too many ones? Where? Did I create too many ones? Farm Wrangler's always catching me doing things. 1,489,03. Oh, did I work emitter 1 down here? What did I do? What did I do? Work emitter 1. Oh. Node, work emitter 1. Yeah, he's always catching me, and I also don't have the capital E in there. Ah, yeah. That's why I'm going to bed. Let's zip that up again. Thanks for catching that there. I'm glad you guys watch what I'm doing. Save me some time. Right. Let's try that again. Before we load it up. We would have just had problems. Thanks, Farm Wrangler. So really, we're at the point, though, with this one, where all we need to do mostly is just put sounds and animations in it. Might pop a couple windows, put some fans, but I do have a particle effect that I want to get out that we had it with the old stone crushers that put the stone flowing or the like fog from finely ground powder floating around. I want to get that in. It's a pretty cool effect, especially right above the stone crusher itself. And I have to capture that out of the map from before. And yeah, just a lot of little things to link in. The conveyor sound files we'll put on the conveyors. I want all the factories to have something look a little bit different. No, I like the animations and particle systems, and as we get into I got to find objects for a lot of the factories to come too. As we get into some of them, it's going to be like a searching process. That takes some time. So over here on one of these, nothing is running, but this is my lime, so oh, what are you doing over there? We've got an issue with where the node placement is. What happened here? I don't need, oh, lime production is oh yeah, I gotta fix that later. I'm too tired to figure out what I just did, but I've got a node over there for lime. My work emitter 1 should not be floating, and the conveyor I shut off was not the lime conveyor. I gotta fix that too, because that's not lime down there. Lime's down this way. The only one running is the one on the end. Was it running in the right direction at least? Yeah, it's running in the right direction. But my lime node, is it a little bit out of whack or what? I don't know how I managed that one. Should be right where my node placement was. Unless the work emitter was in a... No, that should be fine. Work emitter 1, 149.03. I don't know why. Perhaps I could replace it with the actual work emitter. Thank you so much for that follow, Officer Hamper King. Hamp King, Hamper King, Hamp King. So, my node, I might be able to leave the straw emitter. I don't know if I did on the last one or not. Let's try this. My straw emitter is there. It is a work emitter. 1. It's at the same place, node 1489.03. My lime conveyor was number... Da 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 da. Oh, lime is down here. I thought lime was on the other end. But lime is down here. So that work emitter, actually, I want to be moved down on this one. Because we're doing lime first. So yeah, we'll move this. Maybe it was trying to. So this is the lime. I thought lime was... Isn't it? Is it? Is the display for lime? I thought lime was on the other end. Alright, so we got a couple problems here. My earth plane... Yeah, okay, so both of these pieces are in the wrong place. Da da da! Yeah, this one goes way down here. I don't know how I did that. This plane goes down to this one. What one's on here? Lime and limestone got reversed somehow. Yep. So I had the particle effect on the right one. I just had the conveyor on the wrong one. This is limestone down here. I think we could leave the particle system in. But you should be able to take them out. And it is in the right group. Oh, unless... Yeah, it should put right there. I'm curious as to where the emit shape is. Yeah, it's right in there. Alright. I don't know. I still see it at 1489.03, which is what it says on my work emitter. So I'm going to give that a try, and then we're going to call it a night regardless. We shut it off. Where be the link for the blank 16x map? B, will you get... I will put it into the mod center, exclamation point mod center, but it's not going to happen tonight. So I have to get with Jay Reedy and see, and then maybe we'll get to that tomorrow. I don't know if it's completely ready with him. He's going to talk. We'll see what he So, yeah, I got to talk to him first right after this show. So I'm getting off very soon. I just want to do this one final test and then I'm kind of getting scatterbrained here. I got to figure out what I'm doing. Yeah, it gets late. I get confused. I just need sleep. You don't know what it's like to be doing this since 7:30 this morning and I just stopped for meals. What is that? Yeah, almost 16 hours today. Finishing up the glue and then moving on to this one here. But there was a lot of block placement. That was for sure. That was a lot of it. Building and importing the objects and finding things that you want to use. Exporting that. There's a lot that goes into it, especially the more pieces you want to get animated. But I don't want this time around to be just static placed factories that input and output. I want I want stuff to be moving. I want things to be more active looking, more a little bit more realism, even though a lot of this stuff's hard to do the realist. So that's why we added several products for the building, especially. Now I got to get some more models too, though. I've got some ideas for the building process on future factories that will hopefully work. Any closer? Why? I don't know why the heck that's appearing way over there. I really have no clue. We'll figure that out tomorrow. It should be over here. And it's just so strange. My work emitter is over there. My conveyor's working on the correct one now. I can see it spinning. But why the heck is that thing? I'll have to open up the work emitter and see if there's any issues of it being off center. That's the only thing I could think of. Outside the... Yeah. Everything. It's weird. You saw where I placed it in the editor. But these particles can be a pain in the butt sometimes. So under my particle systems, my work emitter 1, open it up separately. Yeah, it means night night. Good evening. Chetty's just showing up and I'm going to bed. I'm sorry, Chetty. I'm so sorry, but I am so exhausted. He's got to get here earlier. So that's probably what the problem is right there. As you can see on my straw emitter, oh, we'll do one more test. It wasn't at 000 on my straw emitter point. There it is. It's now at 000. I'm going to take off the rotation too, just because we're rotating it. Let's see if that does anything. We might have to put the 90-degree rotation back on, but one more try. I just like to finish up on a good note. That's the only thing else I could think of. We should probably come in and reload it in. Let's put that back in. See what happens if I cut that one out. Paste it in here. Watch this. We're going to find this straw emitter somewhere else. Probably over there. Oh, well, let's run it. I don't even see it. Okay. We're going to put it back here, though. It was probably up in the ceiling. It's a straw emitter, but I changed the textures to my lovely calcium carbonate deposit. Are we coming through the floor? Just a little bit. We're going to raise it up just a tiny bit. That's better. It should be there. Last chance for tonight. If it doesn't work, tomorrow's another day. That is pretty cool stuff. Copy, paste. Run more time. It is what it is. Yeah. I know, it's tough, but I've been on for like 4 hours. Chetty and I, our schedules don't usually match up. That's pretty much what it is. He's here, I'm not. I'm here, he's not. Where does the glue factory show up? Right where you build it. For anybody that doesn't know, you place it down. It's a placeable pikey. Buy it, put it where you want it, and build it. So that's been released. Exclamation point glue. We'll get that up on the Trello board at some point. But let's see. I'm gonna back in. We can see better when we're up high. Please be over there. Please. Yay! Alright, so we got a little leakage. We gotta fine tune it, but at least you can see. It doesn't look bad. No, it looked like it was leaking through on the other side. It does from that angle. But we've got a lot of particle going on out there. So when it's running, we gotta fix that. It's dumping into when it's creating. We can try to angle it a little bit so it's further away. There's gravity settings. Yeah, it's gonna need a little bit of adjustment. I'd like to shoot it toward the center a little bit more. But if we shut off lime production now and just stop it, we have no moving conveyor and no particle effects. But if we turn on lime production, we will get our particle effects. So we gotta do that. We'll fix the first one up, get the right angle. I want it to shoot over the top of that red box if at all possible. So we'll make some further particle adjustments. Then I gotta do it across all 4 of them. Then I'm gonna reshape it and have it coming out of the pipes onto the conveyors on this side. We're gonna add some dust particles, especially in the grinding wheel there, and coming off the conveyors as well into the. We'll add some dust particles around the edges of those. Then we'll add the sounds to make everything come together, and then it will be done. So it's not too far off. It's fully functional. We can add, it's all visuals right now. That was pretty cool. We did quite a bit tonight. So angle and curve it. Yeah, angle and curve it. It is tricky. It's all gravity settings. To shoot it off, it is very tricky. Angling all the particles settings can be done. Some of it's easy. Getting it fine-tuned perfectly can be difficult, but I know exactly how I'd love to see it. But there's gravity settings. If you mess with the gravity settings, you could get it to float out further and that stuff, but it is so angling it is a matter of going like that. So that might be all we need to do. And that's what I was going to do. But it's shooting off the conveyor a little bit nicer. We can lower it down. Whoops, if we could keep it on there. And that's the final adjustments that, where did I go? Where is it? It's up here on this one. We can try to pull it back a little bit and hide the edge of the conveyor like so. So it's coming off more of an angle. Now, I don't know if we could see this, but it's shooting right off. If we let's see if I can pull this off. I'm not good with this. Gravity. Let's try doing a -2 and see what happens. Okay. Let's do 1 on this and see what happens. All right. We're getting somewhere. 0.5. See how the gravity changes your angles? And to get it where you want it, you can kind of do that. Add gravity. I don't know which one. Maybe if I put this at 1, -1. All right, it shrunk it way up there. So a little bit 2, -2 shoots it out further. Yeah, you just got to play with it until you find a setting. Make sure it doesn't go through the floor. That's actually a lot better right there. It'll shoot it right out further. And I don't know what happens if you put like a -5 gravity. Let's do a really... Oh, that's really shooting it out there. So less gravity means further distance of shooting fine dust particles. I like that right there. I think that'll look pretty good. There is a way to kind of arch it a little bit more, but you gotta be... It is coming down pretty good. Maybe if it's angled up with more gravity, you might get an arc. Well, that is... Let's see. If we angle it like this... and then put a gravity here of 2. Oh, that just killed it. 1. No 0. Put a 0. Woo! There's 0. So 0.5. Yeah, it's... I'm not getting an arc effect really. Whoa. That's... Now it's going the other way. Minus. I mean, we can throw it out there, but I'm not getting it to arc. But there are other settings. There are definitely other settings. Emit rate, tangent speed, normalcy, blend factors. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Random angle, that's the for the individual particles. The only way you could see it working is have multiple. Patch your own. Yeah, you could do that, something like that. But I think that I am fine with shortening it up. I want to shorten it up just a little. With the gravity setting. That still looks pretty cool. It'll throw it right in there. When it's filling it, when it's up near the top, it just piles it right on. So we're going to stick with that for now. Now the thing is, you have to export the work emitter back out because it doesn't save the settings from in the map when it calls it. So you got to make sure you save it, and we have to use the same one on each, same angle on each one, or create different emitters. So yeah, it looks good. It'll be, you know, that is gonna be it for tonight. But yeah, when we get this, you know what's gonna happen though? We're gonna get some smoke in here too as it's filling, and it will kind of blur out some. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty awesome in here. But we got to make sure the smoke doesn't rise through the ceiling. We've got it going on. And we will have a stone crusher placeable. Hopefully we'll finish this up for tomorrow. Yeah, dust. That's what we got. We got dust coming. Dust. Dust is going to be flying everywhere. We've got some great dust particles in the PV map that we had from before that we're going to activate into this one, and it's going to look cool. Yep. All right, folks. Thanks for watching, and Recon Lobster, thank you for the billion subscriptions and the $150 in donations. You're incredible. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight, and we will be back on. We might be here tomorrow. I'm going to try to get in here tomorrow. I get out or work relatively early, so we'll see if we can get here tomorrow for you guys, and we'll go with that. Get this done. Get you guys, so start building your glue factory, and when it's running, you should have your calcium carbonate up tomorrow, hopefully. We're not too far away. As long as nothing jumps up unexpected, tomorrow should be very doable. Did I custom make what background? I don't know what background he's talking about. Yeah, probably though. My desktop? There's no custom made desktop. It's right there. These are actually a program called Stardock Fences that allows you for easy desktop organization. Exclamation point fences for anybody that wants to get that. I have 3 monitors, and if you saw the windows, you can have them so they roll up like that when you go over them. I like to keep them open just by double clicking. You can draw a new one anywhere you need it. Create fence here, and then enter a title for it. I mean, it's very handy. I can also remove the fence just by clicking on that. It's a great thing. I love it, especially with multiple monitors. Exclamation point fences. I should have them be, they should be one of my sponsors because I probably sold more more fences products than farming simulator products. Anyway, thanks everybody. You have a great evening, and we'll catch up with you real soon.